All right, guys. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm gonna just bring up the live stream real quick and make sure that I can hear myself. Mid-lag 57 and test. Awesome. Okay. All right. Our streaming platform has been significantly upgraded today. We actually have microphones today, so you should be able to hear us a little bit better.
Test.
Yeah, I got one on my dad and one on me, so hopefully you guys can hear us a whole lot better today. Also, I am streaming using my DSLR, so the camera quality should be significantly better. So I hope you guys appreciate the effort that I'm putting into this, trying to make it a better watching experience for everybody. So in today's live stream, what we are going to do is we are going to tear apart the motor that we just took out of my Studebaker. We didn't really have any like catastrophic failures on it or anything like that. It sort of just was time to have it refreshed. The last time that I started it, you know, if you're familiar with engine failures and that sort of thing, you know, if you have an uneven cranking sound where it's you know, that's not good, and it was definitely exhibiting that. So I think the motor, at least one cylinder is hurt, and this is by far the most abused 4200 that we have ever done. It's had probably seven different turbo combinations on it. It's had a T67. It had a GT 3582. It had a Precision 5976E. It had an S366. It had two 7875s. And I'm trying to think if there was anything else. I think that was it. Yeah, I think so. 6 different turbos on the engine. And then at some point I started messing with the exhaust cam timing on the engine. You know, we hadn't yet had the VVT functioning properly on the engine. So I started to try and change the exhaust cam timing manually. And when I did that, I accidentally collapsed the timing chain tensioner, and the timing chain hopped a couple teeth, and the thing went from like running poorly to like later in the race day, it wouldn't run at all. Like I actually won my class at Beaver Springs, and getting it up to the winner circle, it just barely made it. Like it was making horrible sounds. But it made it up there, and I got my picture taken, and you know that was that. But yeah, so this motor has been through the ringer. It wouldn't surprise me if there was bent valves or anything ridiculous like that. Just real quick, can you guys hear me? I see there's a couple comments already. Looks like we got 12 people watching. So just give me a confirmation that I'm not, you know, talking into the void. Okay, my dad just brought it up. You can hear me. Good. Okay, so my dad just brought it up. So yeah, we're gonna tear this apart, and a lot of the parts, you know, the Studebaker really doesn't need the upgraded cams. It's more of a street cruiser. So we're basically going to take the Schneider reground cams out of this engine, and they're actually going to go into the engine that we have here. And this engine is the engine that we are going to prepare for the Datsun. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. We had a lot of fun making it, and we're really excited about that project. And it's time to start getting the motor ready. So we're going to take the valve springs out of this engine and the camshafts, assuming they're in good shape, and we are going to transfer them over to this engine. But while we're doing that, we're also going to peel the head off this thing. And I want to look at the bearings and that sort of thing. You know, this thing has had E85 run through it a whole bunch of times, and it's like leaked past the rings in some cases and gotten into the oil. And so if we're going to see an ugly bearing, we're going to see it on this. And hopefully we take it apart and they're mint, and that's just going to give me more confidence to push these engines in the future. With the current bearing clearances and stuff that we are using right now, which is stock. So let's get started on that. I need to run and grab some tools, but my dad is going to start tearing this guy down. So make sure if you guys have any questions throughout the live stream, we're happy to answer them. So yeah.
Keen, say hello to Pennsylvania.
Yep. All right, I'll be back. All
right, guys, who else is on here and where are you from? We get the biggest kick out of finding out where people are from. We've had people from Poland and Brazil and Australia, and it's really neat to see where people are from. Iowa. Hello, Nick. Middle Georgia. Dave. Is that Dave? I need to get that thing expanded. San Antonio. I love that town. I raced at 2 different tracks the same night. I won the one race. Sweden. Hello, Sweden. Won the one race and ran across town and ran later that night. That was really a cool night. Northern California. Way north. Cool. Close to Oregon, I'm assuming. Trinidad and Tobago. Wow, that's cool. North Carolina. Hello, North Carolina. North Alabama. Hello. I bet it's hot down there today. Whew. It's warming up here in the north, so I can only imagine. Quentin, any plans to bring more 4200 products to the market? Yeah, there is a lot of work going on in the background. Calvin's working with various vendors. One of the biggest challenges that we see moving forward on helping this whole engine line be successful is whether somebody builds an oil pan for it. There's a lot of people interested in building manifolds and intakes. Calvin's working directly with those, but in recent conversations with Moroso, they're only interested if we order a large quantity, and that's hard to justify spending that kind of money to bring something out without confidence that we're going to be able to sell enough to get our monies back. You know, as we're building the channel, obviously there's challenges of a tremendous amount of investment with very little return. And, you know, we've been able to start realizing some return with the views, and we've got a few people who've joined the channel as members. If you go down below next to Nivlac, or right below Nivlac, it says join, and we've got some partners that are helping out there, and we've got a lot of people helping vendor-wise with injectors, developing the manifold. We've got some machining work done. Monkey Fab has been a tremendous supporter for us. But long story short, for us to continue to develop the more products, we're going to have to see more growth. And, you know, again, Calvin recently talked to Moroso about the oil pan, and that's an area where we've got to see some change and some improvements for the whole community to realize how good these engines are because it'll make transplanting them a lot easier. We got a project planned in the future for a truck that we plan to drop one in where we're not going to have to change the oil pan sump location. Hopefully that encourages some folks to jump on board. We've got Sweden, Trinidad, Tobago, people from across the country, San Antonio, Iowa, California, North Carolina, Alabama. It's really cool. Yeah. Somebody asked about the developing more products for the 4200, and I mentioned about our concern about the oil pan being the big limit. So.
Well, you guys need to make some noise on social media and that sort of thing. And, it's without seeing people that are interested, companies are not going to take the time to develop products for it. So, I'm not going to tell you to spam Moroso's email, but we need to show that there's demand for these products for people to, develop products for them. So, all right, looks like we got a little bit of milky oil in the top end here. The cams probably have a little bit of haze of rust on them, but we should be able to.
Yeah, it just needs more oil changes.
Yeah, I mean, this engine probably has a cylinder that's down, so it's probably just blowing all kinds of ethanol into the oil. So, oh, that's what I'm getting. 8 millimeter.
Okay, how far have you guys pushed the 4,200 horsepower and torque-wise so far? If you look in the videos, you'll see the 800 plus horsepower. That is stock bottom end engine, and just had cams put in it. It made multiple runs at over 800 horsepower. We did ultimately blow that engine. We had gone on a previous run to the blow up. It got tortured. We actually ran 40 pounds of boost through the thing, and we don't make any claims that that's a reliable thing to do on the engine, 40 pounds of boost, but we've been able to make a lot of runs at 30 pounds of boost. So 824 was the highest horsepower that we recorded at the wheel. We know that on the one run it was close to or over 900, but the dyno didn't record all the information. We did record enough data to be confident that it was a high horsepower pull. We just don't have a number to share. So when you go to that video from, what is that, 2 months ago?
Yeah, give or take.
About 2 months ago, you can find it in the video list.
Turn it back on, sorry.
Okay.
It's they can still hear us when that happens.
Okay. It's funny, it goes blank, and I think it goes blank.
Yeah.
So. But 824, we've got a lot of runs over 700. We've got a ton of runs over 600. You can follow the trials and tribulations as we've developed these things over the years. From this was the first one to hit the dyno, and the very first time out, it made 430 horsepower. And through working on the VVT on this thing, Calvin ultimately was able to get 544 horsepower out of this engine. But we thought we had hurt the thing, brought it home to check everything out, and it turned out that it was a ignition issue. We fixed that. He put a bunch of miles on it on the street, went to a charity event, drove 200 miles that day. But ultimately, this thing's been acting a little sporadic, so it got pulled out, and here we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to also. I also want to mention that a whole lot of those 700 horsepower pulls that we made on the engine that we made 800 horsepower with, they were pulls where we were getting ignition breakup, and that is very hard on an engine. So it wouldn't surprise me if we had beat the life out of that thing, and you might be able to get one to go to a higher horsepower number for maybe a few pulls. But at some point, you know, you got to pull the plug. So, all right.
Got North Chicago here.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. Thanks for taking time out of your day. We appreciate it. It's I need an extension.
Okay, I can produce an oil pan, but E-Tech already had a cast pan available. They do. One of the things that we've proven through all our testing is the
Oil capacity.
oil capacity has to be greater than.
Okay, I got to get it bigger.
Yeah, it's over there, and there's an adapter. Nope, you got it. You have to have a significant amount of volume. The oil gets pumped into the top of the head and doesn't drain back, and you can drain the oil pan very quickly.
The thing I don't like about the M-Tech oil pan is it doesn't hold a lot of capacity, and it's not very low profile. That's the other thing that I kind of don't like about it. But
we're not saying anything bad about M-Tech or the M-Tech line. It's just,
you know, for a street car, it's fine.
Yeah.
But if
for
you want
what we're doing, taking them over 7,000 RPMs all the time, it's not going to have the capacity that we feel is necessary. Okay. Is there a way to make that just a tiny bit bigger? Because I'm struggling to read it. I'm sorry.
We can make the whole deal bigger.
That's rear wheel horsepower. Everything that we do, like if you look at the Nova, also in the video, there's a green Nova. The 1,010 horsepower that it made is at the rear wheel, not the crank. That is correct. Huntsville, Texas. Hey, I love Texas. Spent a lot of time there over the years.
Okay, somebody leave a comment. There we go. Thank you.
That's ECU for tuning the 4200. That's a Calvin question.
Yeah, I like the Max ECU. The Megasquirt Gold Box works well too, but I've noticed some inconsistencies in the cam position reporting. So it just seems to, it'll just lose itself. It's kind of stupid. And I don't know what the issue is there. You know, I would think if anything, if they had anything figured out, it would be an LS trigger.
Is this drained?
Yeah,
okay.
We did that when it was in the car. And the 08 engines have a trigger that is identical to an LS. But on the Fairmont, which had an 08 engine, we just had issue after issue after issue of losing the cam position. And it was getting very, very frustrating. So I don't know. I don't know if I can recommend the Megasquirt for most setups. And yeah, then we've had issues on the 7-tooth motors too, just sporadically. And
I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Yep.
No, we have not ported the return passages. Every engine that you've seen in the car so far to date have come out of the junkyard, been put in a car, and that's what they are. We have not ground it on anything other than a little bit on an exhaust port on the 4200 that went into the Fiat.
Yeah, that, and we've installed valve springs and cams on them. But the only modifications we've made to these engines in any of the videos that you have seen up to this point are camshafts and valve springs.
Yep.
and a little bit of exhaust porting.
The VVT has not been eliminated. What we have found is tremendous amount of power gain in the VVT by adjusting it. If you go back to a video, 5 months ago, 6 months ago, you'll see radical improvements in the ET from the tuning of the VVT. It's just on the exhaust cam, and the findings you'll find very surprising because as we manipulated the different positions, it was amazing how important it is to dial this in.
Yeah, I mean, if you plan to run the thing at one boost level for its entire life, you could dial it into a fixed timing. But, the fact that, your engine's going to see different boost levels, you're going to have different targets for different boost levels, as we found. And so it's definitely worth keeping. But what we are going to try on the built motor for the Datsun is I want to try and put one of the early actuators on a later head, because the later actuators are a vane style.
Non-vane style.
No, they're a vane style.
Oh, this is the screw?
That's a vane style. The later actuator is a vane style.
No, we did not ring gap anything. They came out of the junk car and went straight into the cars. Hello, New Hampshire, and I love small blocks too. You'll see some small block content coming up in the future.
Yep. And the vane style is just, it's like it's made to have variances in valve timing as your oil becomes, as your oil gets hotter and the viscosity changes, being that all the forces are this way, it's just like it's not made for stability. It's made for probably cost effective.
The trans adapter that we made was made out of sheet of 3/8 plate. We made this on the mill. It's a little different than the one that MTech sells. We've got a bunch of the MTech ones. They work real good alignment, good quality, and a lot of folks are buying those things. So
yeah, I highly recommend them.
What's that?
Highly recommend them.
Yeah, highly recommended. Mark's done a great job with his product line. But this one we made, and everything was laid out by Cameron. That's actually that's my oldest son. That's also a video that you can catch on the channel.
What material is this trans adapter made and produced? Steel.
Yep, steel.
3/8 steel. Like A36 or what?
It could be 105, but
okay.
It's just
regular old
quality
carbon steel.
Yep. No ring gap adapter you made, produced from homemade. Okay.
Have we tested? Yeah. Okay.
Jeremy has awakened. Answered that. Yeah.
Yep, no problem, Anthony. Yeah, I highly recommend you go and buy one of the MTech ones. They're cheap. You can't beat the price. It's having one made. You're better off just getting one from him. He's actually had to pause his production because he's moving. But yeah, go through him.
Eric, yes.
Yeah, 4L80 conversion would be no different than a Turbo 400. How do you keep from breaking the head bolts every time? You don't. You can't. They just break, and then you got to get them out. And we've never taken off the head of one that we intended to put back on, so we haven't fought through that process yet. But yeah, so they just break. Is there a way to isolate the VVT system? Yeah, Toloco says, is there a way to isolate the VVT system from the engine oil and use air instead for more controlled tuning? No, the VVT system also lubricates the cam. So yeah, unfortunately, no.
What we found the biggest advantage is to keep the engine oil temperature cool, relatively cool. The hotter it gets, the more difficult it is to control.
Yeah, I mean, it may be possible to have like a separate pump that has its own sump, but that sounds like it's too complicated.
All right, UFO sorcery engineering. It's not a Marabara. It's the Bara is a 4200 wannabe. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, we've proven these things can take more snot than the Barras can in stock form. So, you know, the Barra is an outstanding engine. I'm not taking anything away from it, but in stock form, stock to stock, the 4200 wins.
As UFO sorcery's asking about the Speeduino for Bara.
No, just no.
For the Bara, so should start soon and very, very nice build. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Speeduino.
They're going to start developing it for the Bara.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Speeduino. It nearly killed this engine, and may have been the cause of some of the damage that we're probably going to see today. Yeah, I'm sure with enough time and effort, they could absolutely make a product that is, you know, worthy of sticking on your car. But I had a bad experience, and I will not be using them again. So,
Alan, for this.
It's right.
Got it.
There.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Speeduino actually already supports the 4200. It has the trigger at least, but I wouldn't put any faith that it fires the sparks when you tell it to. So it's that's all I'm gonna say. Very nice engine. Okay, UFO Sorcery Engineering says very nice engine. I follow. 1 1/12. He's been following since 1 1/12 years.
13 months.
Nice. Very nice channel. Thanks for following. I appreciate everybody that takes time out of their days to check out the videos and leaves likes. And thanks to all the channel members out there. If you guys want to support the channel, you know, a good way to do that is to become a channel member. It's similar to like a Patreon program, except it's through YouTube, and it gives you like a little badge on the live streams and stuff. So if you guys, you know, want to help support the channel, that's a good way to do it. We're also very close to releasing t-shirts. We have a few designs all done up, and hopefully this week we will be getting some made, and hopefully we can put them on our website and start selling them to you guys. I'm really excited to show that off to you, but we're not quite there yet. So 1.5 years. Okay. I was 1 1/12. I'm like, that's very, very specific. You're my kind of guy.
He's an engineer.
Yeah.
Watch out. Howdy, Blaine. Where are you from?
Blaine's from Texas, isn't he? He comments pretty regularly.
There's a lot of Texas guys here
Yeah.
from here. Let's make sure
Is
he's
it
not
Texas?
from Oklahoma.
Yeah. That might have just insulted them.
All right. I'm not happy about this. We need a box.
Come on, let go. There you go. All right, so we almost have the cams out of the 2004 engine that was in my Studebaker. And these are Schneider reground cams. They are currently one of your I mean, there's there's always the custom cam route, which is very pricey. I'm sure there's lots of that still going on. But you know, as far as bang for your buck goes, the Schneider cams are a very cost-effective upgrade, and we actually sell install kits that give you a revised lash adjuster and some shims so that you can take up the reduced base circle on the Schneider cams. So go check out our video on that if you are interested in upgrading these cams. They offer about 50 horsepower naturally aspirated and 100 horsepower in boost, as well as shifting the power peak from around 5,700 to around just over 7, depending on your intake setup. So they are definitely worth the money, in my opinion, because the best way to keep a stock bottom alive is to try not to make a ton of torque. So we want to make as little torque at as high of an RPM as we can to meet our goals. So yeah, having a camshaft that promotes that is ideal.
UFO sorceries from Netherlands.
Netherlands, wow. We build Skyline R32s with Barra plus power. You guys got the Barra? That's not fair. Everybody got the Barra.
Vortec, cool.
Nice, awesome.
Well, if you're gonna do reground cams, Calvin sells the follower kit that allows you to put those in.
Lash adjuster.
Lash adjuster.
Yep, we don't have a follower.
My error. I was distracted.
Yeah, that's fine. There's somebody else that sells a follower, and I don't want to get confused with his stuff.
I got it.
Okay.
Just need a screwdriver. I see MTech talks about billet main girdles for the 4200. At what point do you feel it's necessary? To date, we haven't had an issue. A lot of the folks that he worked with, they were turning extremely high RPM, and
I think
that may have been what drove that for the comp eliminator classes.
Yeah.
But for what we've done to date, we haven't seen any issues. We haven't seen any bearing problems. As a matter of fact, if you go to the 4200 where the engine blew, those bearings came out of that engine absolutely beautiful. They could have been reused. They were that nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I think spinning these engines with a stock crank over 8,000 RPM is unwise. I think that the rod stroke ratio is just not going to support a stable high RPM use. You know, if you look at a Formula One motor, their rod to stroke ratio is like 2 to 1, or even more than that in some cases. These engines it's like 1.48 to 1 or something. It's just not great for that kind of RPM, in my opinion. Now, if you go with a billet crank and you can revise the stroke, well, then, you can have a lot of fun there, but I don't recommend it. And that's what Mark was doing probably when he recommended the billet main girdle. So that's likely where that's coming from. He used to do land speed racing with an Opel. So yeah. Hit the like button. Yeah, Car Camp. Thanks for reminding people. If you feel the live stream deserves it, make sure you hit the like button. Yeah, we tried to increase the production quality for today. You'll notice that we have microphones on our chests, and hopefully the video quality is significantly better than it has been in the past. I'm actually using the camera that I normally film with, to record the live stream. So hopefully you can hear us and see us a whole lot better. You know, just trying to increase production quality little by little. Remember the time when Formula One engines... What? Yeah, it can fall back in there. Yeah.
Well, no, it went down the oil passage.
Yeah, it'll fall. Yeah, it can fall back in there. You got to be careful.
I just found out.
Yep. UFO Sorcerer Engineering. He says, remember the time when Formula One engine was casted, 1500 cc turbo and 1500 horsepower. Haha. I didn't know they made that much horsepower. That's wild. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Formula One stuff. I love the trying to make as much horsepower with as little cubic inch as you can. So yeah, it's amazing what people can do if, you know, given a set of rules, you know, how an engineer can exploit them. All right, I'm gonna need some help. So I'll just wait until you're done with that.
What do you need?
I need help holding the engine.
Okay, take this and put this here unless you're using that for holding.
All right, we got one broken. All right, so you're gonna see this a lot on these engines. The head bolts like to break. So that's pretty normal. I was actually hoping we wouldn't have too many on this engine just because it is a pretty low mileage engine, but yeah. Sound is way better. Thanks for your efforts. Yeah, no problem, guys. I trying to make it a better experience. Okay, during the 80s, it was 1,500 horsepower. That's nuts. Briar Harvey says, I saw the video on upgrading the harmonic damper for these engines. Have you run that balancer on all of your 4200s or just a few? Anything that has revved over 6,000 RPM has had one of those dampers. Toloco 16, I grew up with rotary engines. Those things make impressive horsepower per cubic inch. Yeah, those things are pretty amazing. Actually, look at my shirt. If you guys follow Rob Dahm on YouTube, I'm a big fan of him. He's kind of doing with the rotary engine what we're doing with these engines, in that dispelling a bunch of myths and really pushing the platform to new heights. So I'm a big fan of what he's doing. So I would love to meet him someday. Okay. Car Camp says, fancy, I could live with or without the fancy. I appreciate that. That means he's here for us. Jeremy has awakened. I just found you guys. Which crankshaft have you settled on, 8 counterweight or 12 counterweight? We've used both. I don't see any benefit at this point to either. And I
prefer the 8.
Yeah, I mean, the 8, it's lighter weight. You know, because it has less counterweights. And what was the other thing that?
It's easier to balance because.
Oh, yeah, it's easier to balance because there's less counterweights, or
you've got a heavier counterweight at the front.
Oh, okay. I skipped Dave B1. He said, get ya a bolt knocker for the head bolts. Oh, okay. I'll have to look into that. Not sure what that is, but maybe it'll help. Okay, Eric Bangston, no way to heat and PB blast the head bolts. Not that I'm aware of. So I think you're best off just snapping them off and fighting the fight once the head's off. Got another one. All right, people, start taking bets. There's 14 of them. How many do you think are going to break?
2 broke to date to this point.
Start taking.
You should have safety glasses on. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I got nailed with something.
All right.
Sorry for the delay, guys. These things send stuff flying. 11 of 14, Anthony. We got an 11 of 14 so far.
Okay. Ooh, this one didn't break. It's gonna come out. I think it's significantly compromised, but do not think it's broken. Air hammer, 4X or 7X rivet gun with socket attachment. Okay. I have a feeling they'll still break, but Toloco 16, the bolt knocker is like an impact, but you whack it with a hammer and it turns as you whack it. Okay.
Oh, it's, yeah.
Yeah, we
like
got one of them. Except it's for screwdrivers.
For screwdrivers, yeah.
Okay, this one's still
Wow.
almost fully intact. So that's what the head bolt's supposed to look like.
Overcharged with a warranty, but made up for it by finding cool hammer and couple. Don't forget to check the.
All right, we got another one that's intact.
Don't forget to always check for change. We went into a pick and pull, and we left with, what was it, almost $25 in change?
I don't think it was that much. Was it that much?
I thought it was.
I thought it was like a couple dollars, but
That might have been another time.
okay. I didn't think it was that much. Yeah, we were trying to offset the cost of the thing we were buying because Grassroots Challenge.
Are these blocks solid deck? No, they are not.
Yeah, they're closed deck, but they're not like solid. If that's what you're asking. We got another one that's intact.
Uh-oh. Anthony.
You might be in trouble.
Nobody else has got the guts to make a prediction?
Yeah.
This is Dave with PC Machine Works, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the guy that's doing the oil pan. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for tuning in, Dave. We can't wait to get the piece in the mail. We're really looking forward to getting our hands on that.
We were talking about that this morning on our way to church. That was very excited. Thank you.
It's intact.
Ah. Sorry, Anthony. Head bolts generally snap at they all snap pretty much in the same place, right at the top of the deck.
It's almost like they're designed to snap.
Yeah, the top of the deck is right here. So when we pull this thing apart, and it's, I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, it's not in focus. I'd have to.
All right.
Here, let me.
No, don't.
Okay.
Don't. Just keep going. You can make that part of the video.
Okay. Sorry, guys. It'll flicker every once in a while. We're still here.
Yeah, we're hoping that this is going to gain some popularity. It's been amazing how many people are tuning into this and want to see it succeed. And the more folks get involved, the more likely it is that we'll see the aftermarket support. We've never taken a head off and run the engine. Every engine we've had has been out of the junkyard. So at some point, we've got the ported head that LS George ported prior to going over to Cletus. And that head is destined to go on to an engine that we plan to use after the testing's done on the first engine that goes into the Datsun. The Datsun, we plan to get that together, get it sorted out on a parallel path. Calvin's going to work on getting solid lifters, everything adjusted to get the proper clearance. That and the ported head are going to go together. We're going to do an aftermarket rod. So there's a lot of content coming in the future on this engine.
Yep.
Go out.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Dave, I still got to pay you for shipping. Dude. Oh, my.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. That's extremely generous. That's I still got to pay you. Oh, my. Well, thank you.
May as well get out. Okay, we're as funny as all get out. Now I'm a little nervous.
Oh boy,
we got a booger hanging or something.
All right, we still only 2 have snapped. I'm amazed. 2 back ones.
Don't worry about the shipping. Oh, he's very generous.
That Dave. Thank you. I don't know what to say other than wow, thanks. Let me know if you need any help with your project. And if you're ever in the area, make sure you let us know.
Yes, Dark Blaze. Is that the guy putting a 4200 in the Cavalier?
It might be.
All right, Dark Blaze, are you the guy putting the 4200 in the
or is it
Cavalier?
a 5-cylinder? I forget.
I don't know, but there's somebody doing a Cavalier.
Yeah.
I've forgotten who's.
Well, he said Cavalier.
Yeah, but
yeah, 30. Yeah, okay, 5-cylinder. Yep. Wow, this is amazing.
Low mileage.
Well,
the Concorde was before I got Blaine Thompson. FYI, the Concorde was bought before I got to it.
Oh, he was going to go buy a Concorde, I think, to put one of these in it. And
cool.
I think he mentioned that in the last stream.
Cool. Cool. Maurice Haynes. The 30. Yeah, sorry.
Wow.
The 59 Apache. That would be a very cool conversion. One of the things that you're going to want to watch for is the firewall on that is a little bit further back than the Ford. So you're, if you're using the stock I-beam axle, it may be right under the pan. So you're going to want to either get it up or look at doing some pan modifications. On a Ford, the firewall's a little bit further forward and it pushes the whole engine forward and you can actually get it in front of the I-beam axle.
There's a snapper. Oh, it snapped, but I think it's still, ooh, it might come out. Nope, it snapped.
Okay, I pick up the engine next week. My friend finally got his truck back.
That one's gonna snap. Okay.
Back from insurance. He bought it back for parts. Cool. The viewers need to hit the like button. It's only got 1 like so far. Give you a guess who that was. Thank you, David. Dave.
Dave, you're being too kind. Thank you.
4 snapped.
Yeah, we got 3. Well,
4.
This one's coming out.
What?
Yeah, it's snapped.
It snapped and came out.
Yeah, it snapped and came out.
Okay,
They'll do that.
3.5 UFO sorcery.
Yeah, so this one is like barely hanging on. If you can see that, let me do one of these. So this one is like just barely hanging on. You can see light through it. So, all right. There we go.
Is that 10?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I have to manually focus the camera. That's what I'm doing right now. So helps if I take my. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So 3 in total. Yep. You guys, yeah, you were way up. Unless that 11 of 14 was the ones that stayed intact, you might have been onto something there.
Okay, the 10 is hanging here.
The camera's over there. I keep pointing at. We have the chat over here. That's why we keep pointing over here.
Do you need to take these tensioners off first before the head comes off?
Yeah. So when you're taking the heads off one of these motors, don't forget there are 2 bolts. These little covers here, there's 2 bolts, one here and one here, that hold the timing chain guides on. So if you try to pull up on the head and it doesn't come off, that's why.
Okay, the horsepower question on the methanol. The first goal on the Datsun, we're going to try and keep the horsepower around 750 to 760.
Trying to stay out of your way and stay out of the camera.
Not a problem. 750 to 760. We want to see how far we can take the Datsun with stock rods, and then all the good parts are going to go in a future engine. And at that point, we're going to have a serious talk about how hard we're going to push it. The first thing that we'll focus on is how many RPMs we can get and what the power increase is going to be. Right now, with the current cam with the hydraulic lash adjusters, we're peaking at around 7,300. We're hoping that the solid lifters are going to get us solid adjusters are going to get us up closer to 8,000. Once we see where we're at with that, that's going to be one question answered. But ultimately, the short answer to your question is 750, 760 at the tire when we first put it together. Hey, Australia has tuned in.
Hey.
We've got a lot of people from a lot of countries here.
Yeah, we got definitely a lot of diversity. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks for taking time out of your day. If you're just tuning in, we are currently tearing down the 2004 engine that has been in my Studebaker for 3 years now. This engine has seen 6 different turbos on it and a couple different arrangements in the turbo kit. It has had a timing chain jump teeth. It's had
abuse.
Yeah, lots of abuse. It's had multiple ECU setups on it, with and without the VVT functioning.
Water might.
So it is.
Okay, we got something.
Nope, you're good. It has been through the ringer, and so we are going to see how abused it is. So looking at the bottom of the head, it doesn't look like any valves were touching any pistons, so that all looks good.
Oh, nope. What was it, number 3, number 2?
It was number...
Oh, we got 4. Chain got
yeah, number 4 is the one that was...
Ready?
Yep. Let me get a light.
There's nothing wrong with this.
Yeah, let me get a light.
Except some broken head bolts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, they're going to be a pain in the butt to get out.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's make sure it's not like a cracked sleeve or something. I mean, it's a little scuffed.
It's had alcohol sitting in it.
Yeah. Maybe I got a leaky injector.
Or a bad injector.
Yeah. Okay, so after taking this apart, this doesn't look that bad. Like the bores, yeah, they're a little scuffed, but that could be the rod ratio. It's got some vertical scoring and a few places.
That's the worst one right there. No, this one's the worst one.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't bad.
This is not bad at all.
I want to look at the rings, see if there's anything broken there, but
there's no oil in there. There's no broken rings.
Yeah, this looks fine.
Wow.
So it may have just had an injector that was bad, but I kind of wanted to tear the thing down and just look at it anyways. So
tear one down before we broke it.
Yeah, I mean, it's you don't know if what you're doing is right unless you take it apart and look at it. So that was kind of the the goal here. Okay, so Dark Blaze 176. He says now to get the cavi to run. Now to get the cavi to run without a check engine light, so I can get it to emissions and register it for 2 years. Yeah, yeah. We all know that dance. Stav Tech. Wish we had these 6s and 5s in the UK, but they're even rarer than the LS here. They're pretty rare, huh?
Wow.
I didn't know the LS was rare there, so sorry for your luck, bud. It's
Oklahoma. Hello, Oklahoma.
We definitely have it nice here in the U.S. for availability of parts. So
free of charge for bringing these engines to light.
Yeah.
I got to say yes. Thank you for
the UFO Sorcery Engineering live is shared on my Facebook page. Hope to help get more engine enthusiasts. Well, thanks for doing that. We we'll really appreciate that. Thank you. Eric Berggren, still planning on trying the E76 or E67 with a boosted 4200. I don't know. The E67 is definitely the ECU that shows the most promise as far as the stock ECUs. But we want to go fast. We want to go really fast with one of these. And doing it with a stock ECU is going to be not only hard to tune, but you're dealing with something that's not proven. And that's a challenge. It just maybe I'll just say maybe if we do it, it'll be on something like the truck that we plan to do in the next combination. So hello from Tulsa, thanks for tuning in. Would you guys be interested in a billet aluminum upper water neck free of charge for bringing these engines to light? Yeah, sure. We would definitely. I think I saw you post that on the Facebook page, Quinlan. So yeah, sure. Dark Blaze 176. Well, thought I would stop by and say hello, as well as tell you about the front for the cavi. When I get started, I will post pictures on the 4200 group. Good. Looking forward to seeing them. Thanks for stopping by. I'm looking forward to seeing how it fits in the Cavalier. I know they're pretty short in the front, so it'll be interesting to see how that works out. UFO Sorcery Engineering. We have US, UK, Aussies, Dutchies. Yeah, we got all kinds of folks. We need a we could pretty much cover the globe as far as time zones. Toloco 16 for them broken head bolts. If they are deep in the hole, I take some copper tubing and stick it on there. Then build up the bolt with a MIG welder, and heat alone usually gets it off by hand. Yep, yeah, that's probably what we would do. But if we're gonna start with a block, I don't know. This one might be okay, but it may be better to.
The sleeve's thick enough that we could hone it, but then we're gonna have to worry about clearance. And then
we have a block down below.
It's mint.
It is. It looks like it's never been run. Like I took the valve cover off, and it looks. There's like no oil stains or anything except in the front a tiny bit. I mean, if it had 10 miles on it, I'd be amazed. So we're probably going to use that block when we do the built motor.
Wow, Melbourne, 2 a.m.
Melbourne, yeah. Okay, Jord 9308. What do you guess these engines weigh? If you go onto the Vortec 4200 wiki, just type in Vortec 4200 wiki on Google. It's one of the first links. We have the engine dimensions and the weight. A bare long block with no oil pan weighs 320 pounds. So there's your answer to that. Dark Blaze 176. I got to get some sleep for work tomorrow. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate everybody stopping by. It's very flattering that people take time out of their days to come and watch us goofballs. So
Memorial Day. Thank you for the veterans. I know today is when we remember those who've given the ultimate sacrifice, and we're very sensitive to all our veterans as well. But we think about those families who've lost a family member today, and it's very, very humbling and very sobering to think every day they wake up with that loss. And I'm very proud of the fact that my father is buried at Indiantown. He served in the Army, and I was very fortunate that I was able to grow up with him, that he was not lost. But so many families have lost, and to have this weekend to remember those who sacrificed it all so that we could have the freedom to work on a car in a garage at our home.
With air conditioning.
What a privilege to be free. And that came at a cost.
Yep.
You want to cut this oil filter apart? We
sure
still have oil coming out of places.
Oh, off to honeydews.
Did you get caught?
Mitchell Stafford, it's 2 a.m. in Melbourne. Thanks for tuning in. You might want to go to bed at some point. I mean,
I'm going to go grab a bucket. Calvin's grabbing a tool. I'm grabbing a bucket. Small world. Small world, true. Yep. I don't know how awesome we are, but we're almost tolerable. We claim to be almost tolerable. My mom likes me, okay? Give me a break. My wife tolerates me.
My cat likes me. So.
Your cat likes you. Yeah. You're almost tolerable, too.
So, yeah,
okay. I'll be back.
At least I got something going for me. Tom Mazzarella. You guys are awesome. Thanks. I guess my dad already covered all them. Yep. All right. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Appreciate it. So we getting. Why is this loose? I think this is supposed to be bolted down, and it's very loose. That's weird. Okay, so we need to tear the front of this engine apart because I'd like to pull some bearings out and inspect them. So I'm going to start working on that. This thing right here. Look at how loose this is. It's not
broken.
No. Oh, it goes like this. Okay. No, it's not broken. Okay. It ain't broken. All right. I forgot how that. Oh, right here. 1 inch.
Thank you, Anthony.
Wow. Thanks. It's not Dave. Yeah, I know. It's that Dave. Like, dude. Just okay. So I need to give this guy the proper credit. Dave is somebody that contacted me recently. And he basically said, you want to machine some CNC parts for one of these engines, get a hold of me. And I've been working with him over the past month or so. And hopefully 2 videos on the Datsun from now, we're going to have something pretty spectacular that Dave has been a huge part of. So not only has he spent all this time helping us out with it, he also he just donated $100, and I still haven't paid him for shipping on the stuff. And it's like, dude, like, thank you, but
It's Super Dave.
So just in a couple videos, you guys will understand why I feel so just like, wow. So yeah, I appreciate the donation, Anthony. That, you know, not trying to make you feel any less for, you know, it's just I had to mention that. So, all right. So in order to take this front cover off, you need to take the water pump pulley off, because yeah, we've never had a filter come out of one of these engines that looked ugly. It's this is very encouraging so far, guys. This is I don't think we're doing anything that is it just gives us encouragement to keep going in the direction that we're going. You know, the architecture is very robust, and
You want to cut this thing off while I'm slimed?
All right. Recently got this guy, oil filter cutter. So we're going to cut this filter open.
Hold on. I'm struggling with slimy hands.
Yeah, if you want me to just... Okay.
Can you see us?
Do it?
Just do it.
Yeah, they can see us. Okay.
I'm just trying to keep everything over the bucket. My beautiful barn floor is a disaster.
Yeah.
Tighter. Much tighter.
Let's get there. There it goes. So we run these K&N oil filters. They're the gold series, I guess. They actually, these engines take the same filter as an LS. There's an early and a late LS, so be careful. Don't just like go buy an LS filter. But it crosses over with one of the LS. And we like to run these because they hold a lot of volume, and they're dyno proven to have very little pressure loss across the filter.
Nothing. This thing's beautiful.
All right, so we got another clean filter, guys. So we probably could have kept running this thing, but
yeah, we
don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, we have been abusing these long enough that we want to see if there's any issues in the bottom, you know, bearing wise. But long story short, the RPM that we run to, you know, keeping them below 7,500 at this point, and then the extra oil volume. I think our smallest pan is what, 7 quarts?
Yeah.
And you know, the drain back issue being a concern, one, and two, the sheer length of that you've got to route all this oil to. Earlier, I took that braided line off here. That is an external oil feed that goes back to the number 5 main. We actually pull the oil supply for the turbo at the back end of the engine. That way, the engine gets the primary feeding. There's nothing here. This thing's perfect. Cool. One or two flutes had a little bit of dirt in it.
All right, I'm gonna blast this bolt off.
Okay. We got a lot of comments there.
Okay. All right. Let me 13/16. I can't read.
Factory compression ratios on these motors, they're what, 10?
10 to 1 on the early ones, and then 10
on the early ones,
10.3 on the later.
10.3 on the later engines. Oh, they can hear you even though you walk away. I forgot.
All right.
Any concern with the engine twisting under power? No. The beauty of this engine is it's built, it's been manufactured with 356 aluminum. It's a very robust material considering if you compare it to other aluminum engines. But no, that has not been a concern. We see zero evidence of it having twisted, turned, or done anything funky. Here in Australia, hello Australia again. Very rare cars here. Datsuns are very rare cars. You know, it's a funny story about the Datsun. At the time that I picked it up, that car had been abandoned in the city. We're in New York. The next city over, 22 miles away, is the city of Lancaster. And the car, if you look in the video, you can see the inspection sticker on the windshield is 1985. It had been abandoned for over a decade, and it got picked up by a towing company, and the car was in good enough shape that the driver of the wrecker contacted me and said, you know, he doesn't want to junk this thing, so he brought it here and dropped it off for $100. Well, that led to me buying 4 more, including one for $49 off of eBay. I think the most expensive one I ever bought was $150. But I got 5 of them all told for very little money. Fast forward to the last year, I started to empty out one of the shelves that I had put all the good parts. I dumped them onto a shelf. I made thousands of dollars of on the parts that we sold through Facebook Marketplace, and just can't believe how expensive these cars have become. But this has been a race car since 2005 when we got it, and I'm sure Calvin will probably find some more footage to throw into some early, some more videos. But when we put the car together, I originally had planned on doing the challenge with it and do the pump gas drags, and that race folded before I got a chance to attend. And 2007, that car won the quickest for cheapest in America. It was a contest put on by Hot Rod Magazine. It was the car's been in Hot Rod, a special feature issue, and regular Hot Rod. All kinds of prizes. The prizes that we won for winning that contest were more than the money that we had in the car. A lot of fun, a lot of races with the car, and I'm hoping Calvin will pull some of that early footage into some future videos, because doing that and then preparing it for land speed is why we extended the car. We built that nose with a friend. He flew up from Texas, and we got together, and in 1 week we built that entire mold and built that entire front end. And when he jumped on the plane 5 days later, we had that whole front end done. And then Calvin and I, the week after, did the hood, but he taught us how to do it. A lot of fun. How did you make the compression rate? We did not lower it. The engines come out of the junkyard and go in the cars, is what we've done to date. We have not.
Yeah, we run alcohol.
Guys, you are amazing. No, we're not. We're tolerable. We're just regular guys with a passion to try and make this stuff work. James from Texas.
Nice.
Hello. We got a whole bunch of Texas folks here.
Yeah.
I'm going to clean this mess before one of us slips.
Okay. All right, so I'm working on pulling the damper at the moment. I just remembered that it uses the bolt-on style puller I've got. So if you guys don't have the push rod style puller, it is a must. Here it goes. Ugh. Some people just run these in with an impact. And we're dumping. Okay.
Ready?
Yeah. Oh, you want to do that? Okay.
Oh, do you need?
Yep. Go for it.
Get something with more leverage.
Yeah, I
Save
was
yourself.
thinking that. That's what I was going for. Here.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Mark Opelt says, always liked the straight six, but now I got wood for this one. I might buy one of these to mess around with, trying
Something
to figure
might have
out
broke.
what kind of vehicle I would want to put it
Something
in.
broke. I think the puller broke.
All right, pulled out.
Yep.
That stings.
No, that's okay, I think.
All right.
But something's not right.
Might have been the push rod bending. Do you guys?
Yeah, something's broken.
Which 4200 do you? Okay. Jeremy has awakened. Which 4.2 do you prefer, by now, early or late model? I would say I would go with whatever you can find, honestly. We have not seen any humongous benefit from the later engines. Okay, it's the puller.
Yeah, I think it gutted the.
Yeah. That's
Here you are bragging about this thing, and we break it right in front of them.
Yeah. Well,
Do you know what thread this is?
I can probably grab on it now from the back. Sorry, guys. Yeah, the early versus late, I would go with what you can find, because, frankly, I haven't seen a huge benefit to the later engine. All of the higher horsepower stuff we've done has been with the later engine, but
The rods are better. It's got oiling
Yeah,
for
I
the
mean,
pistons.
the rods
the
are
heads flow better.
minorly better. I mean, they're better, but not like by a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, it's not worth walking past one. It's
Right.
not worth paying $500 more dollars.
Some
for.
people just won't settle for just getting a motor and getting it in the car and getting it running. They got to have the fanciest stuff, and I would say try to get an 06 and later, but if you're finding it hard to find, just get an 04 or an 02 or 02 to 05 and run it. I mean, that's what this is. That's what's been in my Studebaker for 3 years now. It's been a pile of fun, and
Nines.
I don't think you'll regret it.
Dad's bragging about the boy. Nines. Sorry, somebody's got to run the mop around
I
here,
hate
guys.
these 3-jaw things.
I don't want anybody to slip and fall.
All right, we're gonna have to go to the 3-jaw because I can't get in there with my puller, and And the 3-jaw can't get in there either. Great. All right, let's think about this.
Find out what thread size it is, and we'll put a nut on the back side.
Okay.
Take that off now, I guess this is the next question.
Well, I wanted to pull the front cover. I guess we don't need to. Okay, we'll deal with that later. All right. All right, so now we're going to pull the oil pan.
Sure, that's wrapping in their ears pretty good.
Yeah, well.
Let's loosen them all up first. You have a long extension. All right. Previously mentioned slow drain back to the oil pan on the 4200s. Maybe a problem under continuous high RPM. Oh, we know for sure that's the case. What we are very aware of is how much crankcase pressure there is. And you'll see some efforts coming up, as Calvin mentioned, in some upcoming videos where we're going to try and address that with a larger sump pan, and super excited with what we got coming up. One of the things that he noticed is that by pulling, ventilating it through the factory vent out the side bottom of the middle of the intake, and using one at the top of the valve cover, has helped reduce how much windage there is. But these, I don't know how well you can see these big drain back holes. These go to the oil pan, and they actually bypass this whole area. And in the very early pans, there's and the 5 cylinders and the 4 cylinders, there's 2 walls inside the oil pan to try and isolate that. The oil that goes to the back of the head drops down to these 2 points, but then it has to flow forward to drop down. So we know that is a big problem for the drain back, because this area in the very back of the head in the center is actually where your water comes in. So you don't have draining here. We're going to try and look at ways to improve this, but both of us recognize that the biggest gains are going to be in the oil pan.
Yeah, if you watch Engine Masters, they did an entire episode on the improvements of the pans that have kickouts on the side, and they saw significant horsepower increases from adding an oil pan like that. So we're going to basically be trying that on a 4200. You know, if you think about it, that's free horsepower. That's not putting any more stress on your connecting rod. In fact, it's probably taking some stress off of it. So, yeah, since we have the room on the Datsun, we are going to be taking advantage of it.
Okay. Jeremy has awoken. He wants to go high horsepower, naturally aspirated with a 6-speed manual. That sounds very cool.
Yep. I mean, yeah, high horsepower, naturally aspirated. That's a tough road to go, but it's definitely has a nice sound to it. So
the other fix, Mark, would be to go to a dry sump system and pull vacuum, with the dry sump system, but we don't want to go there. We think that the oiling pump and oiling system is adequate short of the fact that we do bypass some of the oil to the back mains, because the way it's built from the factory, it prioritizes supply to the VVT. So we take oil off of here, run it back to the mains. That was developed by Mark, I think, with the land speed stuff.
I don't know if he developed it or he worked with the people that developed it, but it's a spawn of the 4200.com days.
But we've noticed, we've taken notice to the fact that there are folks running Comp Eliminator, and
helps when you take all the bolts out, guys. All right, should peel right off now.
Ready?
Yep.
It's not.
Okay.
There's enough glue on here.
Yeah. Okay, let me jack my side out.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Bringing back all kinds of memories.
Show them the pan.
So.
That's cool.
Yeah. Give me a second here. Sorry, guys.
High horsepower, meaning 500 horsepower target. So you're looking at close to 2 horsepower per cubic inch. So your camshaft profile is going to be pretty dramatic. You're going to have to spend a lot of time there and on the cylinder head. To get 500 from a turbo engine is super easy on these things. It's a walk in the park. After Calvin started doing all the development on the timing profile for the VVT, everything that we had made 500, or we had a bone stock 2002 engine that made 467 to the tire, with just tuning the VVT and on low boost levels. So very capable engine.
Yeah. 500 horsepower NA. That's going to be tough. I mean, that's
you're turning some RPMs to make that. Okay, Atara J. What is it? Engine type. It's an Atlas 4200.
Yeah, Vortec 4200 out of a Trailblazer. 4.2 liter inline six. One of the last inline six that GM has made to date. So I hear there are some talks about going to a 6-cylinder again. Hopefully it's an inline.
Six 13. This looks like it might be metric, buddy.
What's that?
The driver. I'll be back. I'm gonna see if it's this, so we can get the driver.
Oh, the thread.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. This is pretty old, isn't it?
Oh, that's super old.
Yeah, I know.
I bought that when I was a kid.
Same brand. OTC.
Yeah.
That's what this is. That's funny. I would expect this to be English, and it threads into that. So
yep.
It's just, yeah. Hello from the UK. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate everybody taking time out of their days to check out what we're doing. Right now we are tearing apart the engine that has been in my Studebaker for 3 years now. It's a 2004 Vortec 4200, and I've had like 6 different turbos on the engine, and it's made at the most, it has made 544 horsepower to the wheels, and has taken my Studebaker into the 9s. Went a 999 at 134, something like that. We are from Pennsylvania. Atara J, we are from Pennsylvania. So northeast. To Loco, I'm trying to talk myself out of ripping out the 13B out of my Suzuki Samurai and dropping one of these motors in it.
Do it! Yeah, we're not going to be able to help you with that conversation.
Yeah, we're unfortunately you're not going to find us. I mean, I like the rotaries; they're a neat concept, but you know, you got to be dedicated. All right, let me show off my oil pan. So I made this oil pan. This was the first oil pan we made for a 4200. And I don't even remember doing this, but apparently I made a nice little baffle tray for the oil in the sump.
I did that.
Okay.
I made that for you.
Okay. Apparently Dad made it for me. I don't remember. But yeah, it bolts in there nice, keeps the oil from sloshing around too much. But the thing leaks really, really bad. Like I have a little catch pan underneath the my Studebaker just to try and you know, keep it from dripping too much. But it'll lose 4 quarts very quickly, and that's just not ideal. That's part of the reason we're taking it apart. So yeah.
All right.
The Wraith got you guys on the big screen. Thanks for tuning in, Wraith. That's one of our regulars. He's from Florida. I already know that.
Okay. Seen tornado.
Seen tornado laterally. Seen tornadoes laterally.
Lately.
Oh, lately. No. Well, the only thing we've had that was close to a tornado, at least, you know, directly around here, you know, that we've heard of them in counties close to us. But
this state gets an average of 16 a year, and it's amazing. They pass through. They pass through just north of us. There's a little alleyway that comes through past the valley, and they pass right across in front of us. But
we've
here,
had a gust-nado.
yeah, we've had a gust-nado here, but not a tornado here.
Yeah, we had a tree that blew over, a pretty old tree.
On his birthday.
Yeah, it was, on my birthday.
4 years ago.
Yeah, 4 years ago. I was working in the one shop, and I walk out, and this tree's just laying over this, like, massive, probably, 100-foot tall tree. And
I'm going to go try and fix this thing.
Okay.
I'm going to use a damaged nut.
Just weld it to it?
No, I think we're going to, I'm going to tack weld it. I'm going to put it underneath, and then we're going to have to fish it through. Right. So we may need longer bolts, but I don't want to weld it to here in case it breaks loose. It could make that a projectile.
Hey, Buzz just tuned in.
Hey, how you doing, Buzz?
Yep. Thanks for tuning in, Buzz. If you guys aren't familiar with Buzz, he's one of the sponsors for the No Name National. There's the class called the No Name 500. So a race that we plan to go to this year is the No Name Nationals in Sikeston, Missouri. And basically it is a YouTube call out fest, I guess. We're just going to treat it like a test and tune that we get to go and see our fans at. You know, if somebody wants to call us out, we certainly, you know, we'll consider it. But the requirements for the event are you need to have at least 500 subscribers on YouTube to be able to participate. So there's a whole bunch of folks that are trying to get over 500 subscribers. It's called the No Name 500. And the sponsor for that is Mr. Roadkill Customs here. So he has a lot of experience in the internet industry. He has been a part of a lot of very large advertising agencies, I guess. Just lots of internet stuff. He's been around since the beginning, back in the days when it was probably, not a whole lot of websites. There might have been a couple websites, handful. So he's been around for a while, and he's had a lot of experience with what sells and what doesn't sell, and we've actually gotten a lot of advice from him. So I think I've missed quite a few comments, so I'm actually going to scroll up here a little bit. Yeah, I gotta clean the floor. I can't just let the mess stick around. My dad doesn't like to do that. So, sorry guys. You both build some amazing stuff. I am impressed that the whole family is involved. I sure wish I had someone to work with me. Yeah, Joe, sorry. I wish you had somebody work on your stuff with you too. It's a lot of fun, but my dad started me when I was very young. We have pictures of me when I was an infant, covered in grease. So, yeah, I was brainwashed from an early age. Atari J, you friends, Maurice Hayes, why not move to using a dry sump system? Dry sump adds a lot of benefits. It also adds a lot of challenges. We haven't seen a need to do a dry sump as of yet, but we certainly will be looking into it in the future as a possibility. I would say if you plan to run one of these engines at wide open throttle for an extended period of time, I would definitely consider a dry sump system, because the engines have a lot of issues with the oil draining back from the head. And what a lot of guys do that run dry sumps on these engines is they actually put one of their scavenge stages on the back of the cylinder head to help that out. So it's dealing with oil management when you're wide open throttle for a minute. It could be 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You're no longer in the case where you're sucking oil out of the pan, and there's just so much volume there that you won't run out. You'll be fine. When you're wide open throttle for that long, you need to start thinking about, okay, we need to start getting some oil back or we're going to run out. So going to a dry sump to help aid getting the oil out of the engine and not just in it, that's definitely a need. We're only going to be running this engine over here. Hey, we're only going to be running it for wide open for hopefully 8 or maybe 7 seconds. So we don't really we're not really getting into a case where we really need to look at scavenging the oil out of the engine effectively.
No, you're fine. Come on in and say hello. Okay, I texted on the backside.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Yep. Just had a visitor. Yep, it's all good. Our friend John just stopped over, so
say hi, John.
Everybody say
You've
hi.
Seen him before.
Yep.
Hi, everyone.
He helped us out with the
this thing's mint.
Futura. This is the engine out of my Stude.
Nice.
It's mint.
Yeah.
So is this the one that is going to go across the way?
No, that's this one. We're taking the parts out of, I want to take this apart, inspect stuff, see how the bearings are, see if it's eating itself up, and just give me encouragement to keep pushing. So,
all right, guys, stand at attention. The momster's here.
Yeah.
Say hi, Paula.
Hi, Miss Paula.
You can be seen too. Come
Hello,
on.
everyone.
All right. I need to get gaskets for John.
All right. Wraith Calvin, did you see the Boosted Boys MR2 make 1,500 wheel horsepower at the Fuel Tech Dyno? I did. That was pretty cool. the Datsun sleeves OEM K20 block, 375 wheel horsepower per cylinder. Imagine 375 wheel horsepower. Okay, all right. I see what you're putting. Okay. You're funny. 375 per cylinder. That would be pretty cool. I'll say that. That would be pretty cool. But the idea behind the Datsun is we don't need to make that much horsepower. The thing weighs 300 horsepower, 300 pounds less than anything that we have run in the past. And I'm trying to find my socket or my ratchet. It's around here somewhere. Oh, this will work. So, yeah, the idea. Johnny, who's John? Oh, John. Okay, John. Yep. Yeah, the idea behind. That's funny. I introduced John, and then I'm like, John, who's talking to John? Sorry, guys. Yeah, John was just stopping in. He needs, I think he needs some gaskets for. He's doing something on his Corvette. He has a Corvette with a 350 small block that him and his dad built in the 80s, I think, and it has a L78 cam, which I had no idea what that meant until he explained it to me.
Okay.
And that L78 cam has gotten the engine into the 11s in his Corvette, and the Corvette's certainly not lightweight. You know, it's a C3 Corvette, and so yeah, that is our friend.
Oh.
Very short. Very short.
Yeah. Yeah, the aerodynamics is a huge advantage to the Datsun as well. I was getting there, and then I saw everybody like, John, they're going nuts for you. I don't know. They're like, John. He's back.
John's back.
Now his daughter's disappearing. They're taking
her for riding the LS powered truck.
Oh, okay.
They're cruising in Rosie.
Yep. They just lit up with John. It was funny.
I'm gonna show folks this then.
Yep. I almost got it. I got to get a longer push rod.
Ooh. Oh. Well.
Yeah.
A couple goobers in there.
Yeah. I mean, I had to.
Yeah, he dropped the keeper in it.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I dropped that a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, there's my keeper. We found my keeper. So when I did the valve springs on this engine, I dropped a keeper and it fell like down one of the head drains, and it was like, well, that's gone, and we just found it. So, yep, that's what that is. And that's probably just silicone and junk because I had to seal the
swing
oil.
the camera out. Show
it. My mom is taking a friend for a drive in her truck. So, yep. Okay, we back. I can't see. All right, we're good. All right, almost got the damper off. Yeah, my mom, if you guys aren't familiar with my mom's truck, we have a build series on that. It is a 66 Ford F100 that we put an LS3 crate motor in it with a 4L80E. And it's pretty much the ultimate street cruiser. The car goes down the highway at 65 miles per hour at like 2,100 RPM. And it is a dream to drive. So
Let's just get the bolts up.
Yeah, she's gonna hopefully start racing that soon. We're actually should have told him about the.
Yeah, she's not here.
Okay,
she hears this.
Yeah, we're actually working on getting her a helmet. We're gonna try and surprise her with it. So, shh.
Take the bolts out, not that.
Okay. Well, I thought you wanted to show it to him.
I do. I
Um,
want to show them.
So, she's really scared to take the thing for a pass, but the car has electronic throttle, so I can limit the throttle. So for her first pass, I'll probably limit it to like 50% throttle when she floors it. And that way it's very calm and hopefully uneventful. And she just needs to, if she doesn't feel comfortable, just let out. It's, live to make another pass.
All right, guys, you saw us break this tool earlier. And what I did is I put a nut on the back side of this thing so that we could use it. I didn't put it on the front side because this is a cast material. And welded tension could break, and I didn't want this to be a projectile. So that's why I put it on the back side so it's in compression and it, eliminates that risk.
She, earlier yesterday, she's like, what if, I'm like, if you get uncomfortable, just let out the throttle and, coast. And she's like, what if I'm in a race? I'm like, lose the race. Like, just, if you don't feel comfortable, live the race another day. Like, yeah, I was just like, let out. If you don't feel safe, just let out.
So, Captain, you may have told everybody already, so I'm asking too late, but how many passes did this engine have on?
Down the track, down the street, on the dyno.
Yeah, it's
How many hard pulls would you say?
Oh my, probably
250.
Yeah, I was gonna say 300.
So this will be a very interesting autopsy.
Yes, that's one of the goals. Yeah, I mean, I had to do this oil pan with it in the car, so I had to clean the silicone off of this thing. When it was in the car, I had to peel, because the only way to get this front cover off is you got to get this bolt out, because this interfaces with this.
Oh,
and this is cast into the front cover. So you have to take this bolt out. So you got to drop the pan, get in here, take this bolt out, and then you can peel this off. It's dumb. Now imagine this in a Trailblazer. That's why everybody complains about them. They're just a nightmare.
I had an envoy and just changing oil in that envoy was happening.
Yeah, they apparently have like a little trough to help guide the oil out, because they didn't give room to drain it normally. So yeah, I totally get why people complain about them. They're awful in their stock chassis. So GM is really good about giving you a nice little jacking point to get all the silicone, all these covers are sealed with silicone, and getting that to separate sometimes is a huge pain. So they actually give you a jacking point here to help separate the cover from the rest of the engine. So you actually just take one of the bolts that you just took out of the cover, and you screw it into one of these little threaded bosses, and you can just slowly, gently use it as a jacking point, and it should peel the cover right off. This engine looks great. This could have been kept running. We looked at the cylinders earlier, and there was a little scuffing here and there, but it wasn't ridiculous.
It'll be really interesting to see the bearings.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to work on once I get this off. I realize I'm putting my back to. This needs to be a little more that way. There we go. So John is helping out with the race for the house here. That's coming up here at Maple Grove here in a couple weeks. So you want to try and sure, you want to do a little promotion for that?
So we're actually building the trophies this afternoon. We're finishing them. Race for the House is a charity drag race at Maple Grove Raceway in Pennsylvania that raises money for the Philadelphia Ronald McDonald House. Teddy Parasan started it, 7-8 years ago. And life to date, we've raised over $400,000 that has gone directly to the house. It's a total volunteer operation. There are no administrative costs. There are none of those things. So
Yep.
we're good.
So that's coming up.
That is June 18th at
June
Maple Grove
18th.
Raceway.
Yep.
Bunch of different bracket race classes. Calvin's going to take,
The station wagon, if it's
Station
still
if it lives
intact.
through Midwest, which I'm sure it will.
Yep, I have confidence it's going to make it, but you never know. You never know.
Well, and that truck that you just heard go by goes too.
Yep,
That'll be interesting.
yep. Yeah,
So,
if mom doesn't go make a pass, certainly be making a pass at the race for the house. So if you guys are in the area, make sure that you stop by. It's all for charity. So,
they flex that.
yep,
They flex that much?
yep,
Scary.
yep. It's just cast aluminum. It won't crack.
Famous last words.
That was a joke.
Can you heat it with like a propane torch and melt the silicone?
Possibly. Just have to get it.
I might have one. Hold on.
Did I get all the bolts out?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
What?
That's why. Rookie. I do that all the time. It's the center one. The one right in the middle, you know, where I should be looking.
Oh, that little one.
Yeah,
There
the
it is.
little tiny one.
It's like a Volkswagen engine block.
Yeah.
Rookie.
Yeah.
That's why we call mine Stein.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have fun with this. Good luck.
Yep.
I have to go repair mine. Thank you, sir.
Is your daughter back?
Yeah, the truck just pulled in.
Okay. No, it didn't.
I thought I heard the go.
Interesting. All right, I gotta go get a 6-point.
All right. Let's see if I can get this adjusted to the center. Is that better? Or closer? All right. Joe Nelson, if you had an engine that you cared a lot about that had been sitting for several years, what process would you follow before firing it up? Well, if you have a way to prime the engine, that's a definite must. Get that oil going through it. I would also look at, if you know it's a good engine, look at some detergent, high detergent oils, some quality oils. I've had very good luck with Marvel's oils.
Sorry.
But crank the thing over slow a couple times, prime it multiple times would definitely be in order. Go through the ignition system, make sure the parts in it are good. But engines don't go bad just because they're sitting there. They go bad because they've been sitting there and not properly stored. If they haven't been sealed up, it is amazing how much condensation can build up inside of them because they have so much mass. The air will get up through the exhaust system, through an open valve, and sit in the cylinder and do damage. We just pulled a FE out of our one Ford truck that's been sitting for some time, and unfortunately the previous owner had pulled the spark plugs out, left them open, and every single cylinder is damaged.
I'm gonna fight that later.
What's up?
The center bolt is
Damaged?
stripped.
Tack weld something to it?
Yeah, we can fight that fight later.
Okay.
Let's get on to a connecting rod. All right, let me go get one of my sockets.
All right. Feature with 13 will be awesome. Yeah, we've had 1320 as featured us one time with the Talon when we had the LS4 in it. We actually have the quickest and fastest times on a drag strip with that with a LS4 powered front wheel drive vehicle. Calvin has the ET record. I've got the mile an hour record on that platform, and 1320 had put the car on their channel at one time. We're certainly hoping to be noticed by them. They're able to really spread the news on different channels, and it certainly is something we're hoping for. Well, the 390, love the FE. I'm not a huge fan of them, but at the same time, I do respect them. They were very popular when I was a kid. It turns out that what we thought was a 390 is potentially a 410. I've got to finish proving it out. But as it turns out, the transmission that was behind it was a top loader that was a 66
short
Galaxy. Wow. Why are we tearing this apart?
We're going to look at a piston.
66 Galaxy 428 transmission. And the
Look at that.
engine appears to be a 410, but it was not assembled with the right flywheel. It actually had an internally balanced flywheel. And so at some point, I've got to finish looking at that, because if it does turn out to be a 410, you're going to see that added to another video series where I would like to build like a 66 Cyclone with a 4-speed GT car. I'm actually looking at something in North Carolina. Just real interest in those cars, and a real love for the history that the FEs have. Yeah, the bearing looks brand new, and it's that is one thing where we're going to take a close look at how much of this engine can be reused. UFO. It is amazing how good a shape these things are. Come on, buddy. Come on out. There you go. That would be where you would see the abuse, and it's beautiful.
Wow. That's beautiful. That looks brand new. Except for, a little bit of skirt wear, but
Except for the wear and the grease and the dirt.
look at this. Look at this. And
Your fingers are oily.
bogus. Okay. A little bit of wear on the skirt, but other than that, all the rings are intact. This thing's mint.
You gonna come in and join us, Paula?
I gotta go have lunch.
The pins feel good. They still float. And I can push them back and forth. Yeah, this thing's in good shape. All right, I think I'm focused back over there. All right, so that's number 3.
Dino Don was definitely one that I enjoyed watching when I was a kid. I loved the Pro Stocks series when it was first introduced, and you could really recognize the cars.
UFO, I don't see any need to make the piston flat with ethanol.
Nah.
You're probably shooting yourself in the foot. I mean, it's having the compression ratio is
With
not a bad thing.
Yeah, with methanol, you'll
Yeah,
definitely
well, with
want it.
ethanol too.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps spool the turbo, and it'll make more power.
Yeah.
If you don't have detonation. Okay, he's joking. All right, sorry. I took you seriously.
He's an engineer.
Yep.
Atlanta, hello, Atlanta.
Hard to tell if people are joking when they're text.
Yeah, you suffer from having the knack, son.
Yeah.
Okay, shouldn't we get on to the next one?
I want to see
go
what
the whole way.
I want to see a main at least.
Good shape because of
This
good
is-
oil. Yeah, we
This is
use have you talked about
Valvoline.
the oil?
No. Yeah, I mean, I want to see the piston that was having problems. The one that got oil in the cylinder?
Yep.
Yeah, I want to see that one. Okay, that bearing looks exactly like the last one. It's like mint. So number 4, we saw a little bit of oil make its way into the cylinder. It was that or number 5, I can't remember. We're going to pull both.
There we go. So VR1 is the oil.
Yeah, we run 20W50. A lot of people say that's too thick. I don't agree. We see pretty high oil temperatures.
Oh. Hi, April. Hi, Scott.
Hey.
Coming up on Wednesday. Good. Going to be here for the Street Rod show, I'm assuming.
Almost there. I think it was number 4.
Yeah, it was 4 or 2.
I know it was not number 6. What do you suspect the ring gap is? It's probably 15 thousandths. That's what the factory spec is. So this is a fairly low miles engine. It's a 60,000 mile engine. So I would expect it to be pretty tight. There we go. All right. These rings look fine. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Pin's good. It rotates. Okay, you think it's number 2. I think it's number 5. So we'll pull them both.
This thing's fine.
Yeah. So far, we have found no damage whatsoever.
This squirts oil too.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder
So-
if the 04 engine had something different than
Maybe.
the 02 and 03
Maybe that
engine.
was their initial solution, and then they.
You can tell this had a lot of load on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See how it changes color from
Yeah.
here to here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this had a lot of load on it.
But the rod's straight.
Yep, everything looks good. It's just been used hard.
Yeah, but it looks like it would keep on taking it.
Yeah. Hey, April. We got Sonia who wants to say hello.
April's.
April and Scott are on.
Yeah, Mom.
Okay, everybody back at attention again. The momster's here.
Say hi to April, Mama.
Hi, April. Hi, Scott. Hi, all you other friends.
Yeah.
Hi, the 51 other people.
51
Yeah.
people.
We've got folks from all over the globe.
Wow.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Look at them, Mama. We could reuse them.
They're really nice.
I know.
Fat Guy Garage. Hi, Fat Guy.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That was funny.
Yep.
I'm sure it's really hot.
Yep.
Hello from Iowa. That
Scott.
makes, what, 3
Scott.
from Iowa.
Scott and April are going to be up in
For the street rod
for the
shop.
street rods. So,
Okay, great. I'll see you there.
yep.
That's awesome.
Paula's taking her hot rod truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my 66 Ford.
We got another Texan
Yep.
with us.
Everything's bigger, right? That's what they say.
From Texas. That is correct.
Yeah.
Well, you know what a midget is, right? It's a Texan with all the crap kicked out of him. Kidding.
Yeah. Gotta be careful what you say.
I've been chased by a Texan before.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that again, I'm sure.
All right. I'm going to have you turn off my mic for 5 minutes.
Oh, April says hi, Mama.
Great. Hi, April. I miss you too. so
Oh,
much.
there's a Wisconsin.
Can't wait to see you.
Come on, buddy. Come on out. Everybody wants to see you. Come on. There it is.
From Iowa, Texas, Wisconsin. Wow.
Oh, there's an Oregon. That's a new one. Sterling liked my joke.
He must be from Oklahoma.
Sterling, are you from Oklahoma?
That looks fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's number 2.
Yeah. This one's seen some load on it too.
Yeah.
It was an ignition problem. Oh, somebody asked earlier about ignition problems on these. Talk about the coil adapters.
Yep.
And
Give me, let me just pop this guy up. All right. Take care of this one.
Can you get all 56 states?
not yet.
No,
Yeah.
Texas.
So Calvin makes these. They are coil adapters so that you can put the later model coil onto the early model engine. You sell these for what, $100?
Well, depends which one you get. If you want the red, white, and blue ones, they're $117.76. So go USA. And the regular black ones, they're $100.
Red, white, and blue. If you buy them today, he'll give you a discount because it's Memorial Day weekend.
I'd have to set that up.
Uh-oh. Okay, disregard what I just said.
I can do that, but
Put a $5 bill in the thing and give him
Yeah,
a
there you
$5
go.
discount. Okay.
I don't
Hello,
have a lot.
California. We've got another. That makes 2 Californians here.
Yeah.
Texas is definitely leading the race right at the moment. We got more Texans here than we have any other state. But there's 5 different countries.
All right.
Okay.
Wow.
Back to here.
I was expecting to see issues here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this one's ugly. That's ugly. That's the one that was having issues.
Which one? 2?
4 or 5.
Yep.
So that's our problem. That's why.
Yeah, it's scuffed.
I mean,
Yep.
they pull them out of the bottom of the bore so much that maybe that's what that is. I mean, look at how far it pulls the piston out. That may be more from that than. So, one of our theories with this engine is we think that if you don't have adequate spark and aren't able to light off the air fuel mixture in the cylinder, it will actually make a vacuum and suck oil past the rings and basically cause it to get oil on the plug and stop firing and just make the whole situation worse. We saw that issue on number 5 here. It also has some, it's worse scuffing than the other pistons we saw on the other pistons. So it's possible that that may have been a contributor to that issue as well. But I mean, the other side looks pretty good, but this side, it's pretty ugly. I don't know. It's hard to say. It looks like it's gotten some of the cylinder wall embedded in it. So,
Hello, Ohio. Hello, Tennessee. Yeah, California people. There's some good ones out there now. Don't be throwing any stones there. I can't even say it.
Loco.
We can't wait to see the Datsun make a pass either. It's we're going to run it in the 8th mile. until we get through the no-name nationals. And then after the no-name nationals, we're going to switch it over to quarter mile service. And we're going to gear it for 170, and we're anxious to get there. That failed. Yeah, I'm very curious about that too. It almost looks like something got up onto it. It does not look like a piston issue.
Yeah.
We'll measure everything out. But that almost looks like either a bad injector or some debris got on it. But there's nothing coming from any of the bearings.
The skirts get yanked out of the bottom of the bore a bit.
Barely.
So that possibly it's getting to the bottom of the bore and then it's rocking a little bit, just like the 4-inch stroke stuff on the LS. But it's hard to say. I mean, this thing's been abused. So
Hello to Argentina. That's 6 countries.
Wow.
What were the other countries?
There was Australia, there was UK, there was Germany, Dutch, there was Finland.
Finland, Holland, Trinidad and Tobago, and oh my goodness, I can't remember. I'd have to scroll back through.
Sure, there's a Canada.
Australia, there was 2 from Australia.
Yeah, these all look great.
Netherlands, thank you.
Yeah, these all look fantastic,
Not
guys.
Germany.
The bearings,
Definitely not Germany there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The so far all the bearings look fantastic, guys. I that was one thing I was worried about, just because bearing clearance seems to be an issue with the LS stuff in our experience. So I was expecting to see similar issues on these, but so far looks fantastic. Leighton Welding, what's up? Love the channel. Thanks for tuning in, Leighton. It's always nice when people take time out of their days to come and say hi. We definitely appreciate it, everybody.
No, it's not. It's likely not rust. I don't want to discount your thought there, but what happened was we made some changes and went to a higher boost level, blew out a spark, and when these things, because of the 4-inch crank, they make so much bottom end pressure that it blew oil up past the rings and completely soaked the cylinder. And when it did that, it probably carried debris up with it because it was a sudden release at higher RPM when the cylinder went down. It blows a ton of debris up in next to the piston, and it probably just carried that debris up and then scuffed the piston.
Yeah, I mean, as Dad just discovered as well, the later rods actually have like a hole in the rod that shoots oil up towards the piston. But these earlier rods actually have a little slot, and it looks like they're designed to do that as well. So it's possible that maybe some of that oil was contaminated or something, you know. And the aftermarket rods do not have that provision. So hopefully with the methanol, we'll keep the pistons cool enough that we don't have issues.
And we've changed ignition coils. Calvin, you want to do a quick sales pitch on the coils that we use?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get this guy out. Come on.
Get a bigger hammer. What are you waiting for?
Yeah.
Here, let me.
It's just cocked in the bore.
Yep.
It just needs a.
Convinced.
Yeah.
Big hammer.
Just needs a.
I got it.
I'm getting a dead blow. Come on out.
that one's scuffed too.
Okay.
That's heat.
Okay.
Back of buck got hot.
Okay.
That's a cooling issue. Bearing's perfect, but yeah, see this? That black mark?
Mm-hmm.
That's cast iron.
Yeah, that's
There's number 5. Nope. Back of the block got hot.
okay.
How about that? The LC9 just pulled apart. Bearings look great, and not a lot of skirt wear on the skirt. Gap it, boost it, have a ball, but I would look at opening up the bearing clearances, depending upon what boost level you want to go to. If you go into the videos list, Calvin did a video on prepping one. We like to see, high 2 up to 3 thousandths of bearing clearance. The factory bearings work really good. They're in aluminum. They actually take a lot of abuse, but if you got it opened up, definitely look at the bearing clearance.
Yeah, the X bearings from Molly.
Use the X bearings. That's described well in.
You catch it. I'm gonna.
Yep. Makes a large clearance bearing. That looks beautiful.
All right. So back of the block got hot.
Yep.
So something that the hands are covered in oil and slippery. Something that, if you guys pay attention to Real Street Performance, something that Jay from Real Street talks about a lot is cooling. He is running land speed engines, and the coolant flows from the front to the back, up through the back of the head, and then out. So because of that, the front 3 cylinders get better cooling than the back 3 cylinders, just by the nature of how the coolant flows through. So what he actually does is he goes to a larger diameter water pump impeller to try and get more flow through the engine. And he actually generates some coolant pressure from all the pumping there. So that is likely. I mean, that sounds like it may be what our cause is as to why the back 3 cylinders got scuffed, or back 3 pistons got pretty bad scuffing. So all the rings look fine, all the pins look fine, all the bearings look fine, but the skirts are pretty scuffed. I mean, the other thing with these engines is your rod angle is going to be pretty laid over. On a better rod stroke ratio engine, you're going to have a much more shallow angle, whereas these are going to be more steep. So you're getting more load that pushes it into the skirt or into the sleeve. So could be part of what contributes to it as well. AJ Maug 43, who makes.
Sonny asked who makes a rod.
Yeah, who makes? I'm reading that question.
Yep.
Who makes the aftermarket rods for these? Molnar makes a set. Use a wood stick to push. Yeah, I'm not really worried about the rods, so I would use a wood stick, but we're not going to reuse these. So, yeah, that's why I'm not using a wood stick. Yeah. Okay, so I want to pull a main out. I'd like to look at the thrust. If you guys aren't familiar, these engines have a 180-degree thrust bearing. So that means it only has that thrust surface on the top portion of the bearing. And something that my dad actually found out very recently is that's actually a trick that a lot of guys are doing on the LS engines. So by only having it on the top portion, you're putting all the load on the block and none of it on the cap. and that means you're going to have less main bearing issues because the cap isn't moving around. So it actually may be better to only have 180-degree thrust on the block side than having the full 360 degrees. I thought it was definitely a disadvantage, but it may actually, I might be dead wrong. So, okay. So do you want to, I guess, yeah, once you finish that,
Thought you were going to pull me.
yeah, I'll do that now. And then once 15 millimeter. Trying to find tools.
Go ahead. You can stick your head in there. Maybe they want to ask you where you took the truck. Did you scare Jessica when she was going for the ride?
No,
Okay.
no, I took it very gently.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
She's not my daughter. So I was very cautious, plus
You mean you
I
didn't?
haven't driven the truck.
You weren't driving it like you were driving it with me?
Well,
You're silly.
yeah. Where are the washers?
The washers.
Where are the washers, Cal?
There's a few of them right here. Washers.
Washers?
Washers.
How many are on there?
14.
14.
Mm-hmm. Now these, yeah, if you don't mind, these have a tendency to snap too. Which is not cool.
That's so funny. Sorry, I had to. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
Engine's not pulling out of the head in the back.
That's not.
Yeah. Pushing it away, so.
Yep. These like
Wow.
to snap too.
But
That
that one
sucks.
didn't snap, did it?
Oh yeah, it did.
Oh, it did?
Honey, watch
Oh,
your
wow,
hand.
it did.
Mm-hmm.
Then what do you do?
After you get done crying or before you get done crying?
Yeah, the problem is the threads.
Hey, keep it PG around here.
You think that's funny? Do we only have one that broke?
Two.
There's a couple.
Oh, that's not bad out of
14.
14.
Look, silly girl. There's a whoosher.
A washer.
See what he started?
Yeah, I'll never live that one down.
I think that was actually me, but
Yeah, I was all Calvin's.
yeah. See, the problem is that's too fine of a thread. You can't use that on aluminum. It's what they discovered on the North Star.
Here, you can have one. So there's two of them. Which two? Do you remember which two?
Nope.
I think it's this one. And I didn't know the other one.
Look, it's a main girdle.
No.
Okay. These are the main caps. So our thrust is right here. But
So-
we'd have to pull the crank to see that. So
So
yeah,
that's
these have a nice
It's just too slippery.
you just need to
Is that what you need to do?
yeah, you need to Nothing wrong with that.
No.
Well, take this one up. I want to see where the bolt is down.
Okay.
Or are you taking them out in order or something?
Well, we need to keep them in order in case we decide to.
Well, I
It's
think
not
we're
the
running
thrust
out of
bearing.
space.
I thought the thrust was in the center.
Yeah, I thought so too.
So
It's down in
down
there.
in there. Wow. How do
Oh,
you
that's
get
not
that out?
good.
How do you get that out?
Easy out.
Yeah, drill.
Well,
Okay.
Easy out. Yeah.
So only one broke.
I thought you said two.
Yeah, I don't know where the second one is.
Is there one or two?
I thought there was two. Here's the thrust bearing.
There it is.
Yep. Definitely had alcohol in it.
Is
Yeah.
that,
These bearings look great, guys. Here's number 2. Great shape. So, all right. Let's not lose these. Unless we decide to reuse this.
If
Nope. Is this the way it came off?
Yep.
All right. So to get to the thrust, we're gonna have to pull the crank. But all right, let's move on to the next.
No, you got backwards. They're marked.
Where? 5. Okay. Nice. That's helpful. All right. That one's good. That one's good. Okay, so the main caps are marked. That's helpful. Okay, we're good.
you gotta get the rest of the bolt out of here.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Do that later.
Yeah, I want to have some lunch. So
We need to work on that engine.
Oh,
123 days until we are in Missouri. Retap with bigger thread and go with a stud. Yeah, it's definitely something we got to look into. This engine preceded the North Star. A lot of lessons learned on this engine weren't applied in the early generation of these things, and the early generation of the North Star included, some of the bolt technology. So those are all things that we're going to look into as we continue to bump the horsepower level up on these engines.
all right, so we are done with our inspection on this motor. We'll continue to tear it down off stream at some point, but we are going to move on to the engine that we plan to install into the Datsun. So what we plan to install into the Datsun is right here. It is a 2006 reset it. All right, it is a 2006 Vortec 4200. If you guys are unaware, the 2006 and later engines have an aluminum. They have larger valves and larger exhaust ports. So in theory, they should have more head flow, which it has been shown that they do. They made 291 horsepower instead of 275 like the older engines did. And so that's the primary advantage. Other changes that they made to the engine were the rods are a different design. They are just a tiny bit thicker on the beam. The beam of the rod is a little bit thicker in this area, and the pin around the pin is also much larger, and they have a larger pin on the connecting rod than the earlier engines. Also, the crankshaft, they went from a 12 counterweight crank, like on the 02 to 05 engines, they had a 12 counterweight cranks. The 06 and later engines had a 8 counterweight crank. So my dad and I prefer the 06 and later cranks because they are lighter, they make less windage because there's not as many counterweights flying around. And they're also easier to balance. So when we do go to put aftermarket rods into one of these engines, we will have it balanced to that bob weight. A lot of people say that inline sixes don't have to be balanced because they're inline sixes and they're just naturally balanced. I don't necessarily agree with that because you kind of have to treat it like 6 one-cylinder engines. You're going to create all kinds of uneven forces just inherently there.
Happy Memorial Day. No, it's not great Memorial Day. I agree. Not happy.
Yeah.
You don't have a great Memorial.
Yes.
Yes.
It's not a happy Memorial Day. We're remembering those who gave their life for us.
What is the average price for a Vortec 4200? You guys, you're live. Give some ideas for. Okay. So we've gotten them from anywhere from. I paid $100 for this one, 2006 or a 2004 Vortec 4200 with 60,000 miles on it. I paid $100 for this one. This one we paid $300 for, I think. It's a 2006 engine. And the most we've paid is $500. We normally find them already pulled from the chassis. We've never actually had to pull one from a Trailblazer, but I hear that it's a absolute nightmare to do that. I'm thankful that we haven't had to do that yet. But so yeah, anywhere from $100 to $500 is what the going price is around here. I don't search for Vortec 4200. That you're not going to find anything. Look for Trailblazer engine. Type that into your search. Look up inline six. Look up 6-cylinder. Most people don't call engines by their. They don't call it an LL8. It's not an LS. They're not going to call it a LS3. It's a Trailblazer engine. It's a 6-cylinder. Don't look up Vortec 4200 or else you're probably going to have trouble finding stuff. That has found a whole lot more search results in my experience. So we're going to get this flipped over.
Yeah, just a word of caution, guys. Before we flip this thing over, we pulled the pan, we pulled the filter. We do all of that with the engine in the upright position. And after that's pulled and we verify that there's nothing wrong that we can find there, then we will flip it over.
Bert Visor, one of our channel members, he said, poor Trailblazers getting ripped apart for their heart. Sorry, they got a good heart. I not a fan of working on the chassis, but it's,
The envoys are ugly.
Oh, the Envoys are ugly.
Yeah.
Is this one of those Plymouth Dodge arguments? Apparently, if you guys aren't familiar, Plymouth guys don't like Dodge guys, and Dodge guys don't like Plymouth guys, even though they're both Mopars. Get note for that. Yep. Yeah. It's figuring out how to find stuff is that's a skill. I mean, it's a lot of people take that for they just I can't find anything, but you got to figure out, get in somebody else's head and figure out okay, they're not going to call it a Vortec 4200. They're going to call it it's just one of those stupid Trailblazer engines. It's my dad found the Pontiac. We have a Pontiac Sunbird. He misspelled Pontiac intentionally, and what do you know? I brought up a Pontiac, and he does that all the time. Does common misspellings of car names, and a lot of times you can find a car that nobody else has seen and is listed for ridiculously cheap, or it's been listed for a long time, and the guy's just sick of looking at the thing in his yard, and he's dropped the price 4 times, and so you can find good deals that way just by searching. Of course, now you can, because I just told everybody. But
Camaro. You want a cheaper Camaro? Misspell it. Put an E in it instead of 2 A's.
Yeah.
You'll find half a dozen for sale locally, and they're always at a lower price.
Yep.
Where'd you get this thing from? The bottom of a pond?
Wasn't this one sitting outside in the guy's yard?
Yes. Yeah, so yesterday, spent some time getting broken studs removed out of this, getting the flanges cleaned up. Did that with the engine upside down and the valves closed. And that way, any debris that you make, you can blow out, and it's not going to blow into the engine itself. So you pull the pan, pull the filter with the engine upright, and then you turn the thing over with the cams out. If you're pulling the cams, but you can always rotate the engine to verify that your valves are closed when you want to clean these up and weld everything up that you need to if you're having to remove broken studs.
So it looks like, in spite of everybody being worried about ring gap, we've not had an issue with ring gap. That's one of the very common comments that I get on a lot of our videos is, you need to ring gap that, or, what's the ring gap? We leave it completely factory, and, as we just found.
Time clearanced.
Yeah, well, even the 60,000 mile engine didn't have an issue with ring gap.
With the E85.
Yeah, with the
Flex
E85.
Yep.
Yes, that's what I recommend to everybody, is run E85. And so far, it looks like that's been good advice. So right now, I am pulling the lash adjusters, and we will be replacing them with the lash adjusters from the kit that we offer, because we will be installing some Schneider Racing reground cams, and someday we are going to be putting solid lash adjusters, meaning, so if you look at one of these, this is called a lash adjuster. It looks a lot like a lifter, and this part of the lifter moves up and down, and the oil pressure comes in here, and there's a little spring, and it basically takes up the lash that your cam has. And what you do with a solid lash adjuster is, as the engine heats up and cools down, this height is going to change, because the spacing between things is going to grow and shrink as the material expands and contracts. With a solid lash adjuster, what you do is you basically set it to a fixed height. And the advantage to that is, when you start running more RPM and more radical cam profiles, this oil pressure, the oil pressure in here can't keep this thing from collapsing. So your rocker arm that rides on here, it'll actually push down and collapse your lash adjuster at higher RPMs and more ridiculous cam profiles. And so by putting a solid one in there, you don't have that issue. And in theory, it should to RPM more. The guy that I bought the solid lash adjusters from, he swears that it is required on the engines, but we're going to prove it. We're going to do a back-to-back test of hydraulic versus solid, and see if it changes the shape of the power curve and promotes higher RPM horsepower, or if it's crock of crap. These lash adjusters that I have already purchased, they're not cheap. I had to pay like $500 for them. So I'll of course be sharing that information with you guys. So do me a favor and hit that subscribe button and
Join the channel.
yeah, maybe join the channel because I'm going to be giving that information away for free. So subscribing is free. The information is free, of course, but it goes a long way to helping us grow this platform and help recover that investment. All right, I haven't been paying.
Thank Richard for that, for the ring gap thing.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
Richard does a lot of gas. They've been doing
Yeah.
a lot of
They don't
E85
have-
lately, but
I mean, they don't have access to E85 like we do around here.
Yeah.
So,
but this has got such a small bore that when you look at the calculation for the amount of ring gap that you need based on the diameter of the piston, there's a number of inches times the amount of clearance ratio. There is so little gap needed in a small bore engine like this that also plays in our favor of not being concerned about opening these things up. We're not suggesting being reckless. Running them lean on gasoline. Yeah, you'll make a lot of power, but you can also make a lot of parts. And we run a conservative tune-up. Calvin's typically high 11s, I think, on your air fuel, or
mid to low
11s on your air fuel ratio at the higher boost levels. And that helps keep from overheating the piston. And then the fact that it's a small bore engine lends itself. So we're not reckless. We understand, what Richard is recommending is certainly a better recommendation for the masses. We take this the tuning part of this very slow. That's why if you look at the series of videos that have been put out over the last number of years, it was 400 horse, then 500 horse, then 600 horse, then 800 horse, and then we step back to 700 horse. But
Well, we made 7 on the wagon.
yeah, but that was after the 8. That was before? Oop, my bad. So, did do it in order. Let's see. Barra lifters look identical to the 4200. Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, the race. Yeah, you can convert the factories to solids, but they're not the right height. You have to shim them. But unfortunately, on the intake side of the engine, there's no spot for a shim to sit. So that's why we had to go to that different lash adjuster. So this, I mean, he offered a kit, and it was like, all right, this is just ready to go. I don't have to worry about something coming apart. It's a singular machine piece that's just solid. There's nothing that can go wrong. And I just said, screw it. I'm just going to buy it and use somebody else's hardware. They use them on Ecotechs. The Ecotechs have an identical lash adjuster. So that's what I chose to do. All right, let me go get a drink.
There's beer in the fridge. I know that. I just thought it was funny. Everybody got to see Calvin's bitter beer face that night. All right, lean and mean. It'll make great power till it doesn't. That's for sure. It does. It gets ugly fast. Have similar. Yes. That's a good idea. The Ecotech. Yep. Somebody did a lot of work finding that information out. It would be cool to pair with a set of billet cams, but I remember reading they're super pricey and not too many people offer them. No, they are very expensive. The regrinds are somewhat expensive, but it's more more easy to absorb the $400 cost as opposed to something that may be $1,000. And being that Calvin has the kits available, it's worked for us. And we're also of the belief that the fact that we've kept the RPMs down and managed the cam timing and those kind of things is one of the reasons we've been able to get the power that we've gotten without breaking parts. The engine that we did break, the 800 horse plus engine, we were going to continue to put boost into that engine until something came apart because we wanted to know what the weak link was, and we were willing to sacrifice that engine because while the 58 tooth engine may appear to be more desirable because of the 58 tooth reluctor, it's actually very difficult to get those in any kind of volume. The 7 tooth engine is very common, so again, we were willing to sacrifice that engine. When it did come apart, you could tell it was a rod failure. And it was good to learn that. All of the pistons looked fantastic, other than the one attached to the broken rod. The bearings all came out. You could spin the rod, the broken end of the rod on the crankshaft. You could just spin that thing freely. It was the failure point was the rod. And when we tore it apart, we found multiple rods were bent. All right. Let's see. It would be, no, okay, next. Would restricting the factory lash adjuster help on that situation? Maybe not as good as solid. Well, you wouldn't want to restrict it. What you would want to do is actually shim it to have limited amount of travel in the lifter so that it would ultimately act like a solid lifter. That's one of the reasons why we also went to the higher grade oil, is to have something a little bit heavier to try and keep the lifters full. But in the end, we have different theories. Calvin has question how successful the solid lifter will be. I think it will be very successful. I think if we can gain another 400 or 500 RPMs, yes, it's going to push us up to the higher RPM level that may make it riskier on the connecting rods, but I think that's where we're going to gain a lot of power. And if we can gain another 50 to 100 horsepower, we've already made 824 recorded on the dyno. If you break the 850 point at the wheel, you're making 1,000 horsepower at the crankshaft. And that's going to be a cool day when people can say that a stock bottom end 4200 makes 1,000 horsepower. Right now at 824, we can make claims that the thing's in the high 900s, but we can't make the claim that it's making 1,000. And that's it's a subjective call. We did it through an unlocked turbo 400, and they take a lot of energy to push. But at the end of the day, if the solid lifters are something that produce more RPM and produce power numbers that are beneficial, we'll have that in a number of engines, one for the Datsun, and ultimately we'd like to chase some land speed records with it, and we want to have the reliability of a solid lifter in that application too. Billet cams for a BMW are 1400. They have no doubt about that. You say BMW and automatically the price goes up. The the price on most BMW pieces are higher. But it costs a lot of money to cut a blank for a camshaft, and with the length of this engine, the camshaft blanks for this engine are very expensive even before you grind them. The solids might make a lumpy idle. That's very true. They typically will be a little bit more grumpy in the sound of the idle. Fortunately for our race engines, we're not as concerned about the idle quality. You know, you always want good idle quality. You need to get the thing warmed up. It needs to behave. But the if we have to set the idle at 1,900 as opposed to 800 or 600, yeah, that's a potential unintended consequence that the solid lifter could bring. But you'll hear it on the channel if it produces a lumpy idle. Would the solid lifter cause any issues with the knock sensor? No, it should not. The frequency and the intensity of the noise that comes from the lifter is definitely not going to be something that is going to make the knock sensor grumpy. The knock sensor actually requires such a high rate of acceleration in the engine to be considered a knock. Your amplitude and your intensity of the acceleration that would be caused by a solid lifter is not even going to be close to meeting any threshold that the knock sensor is going to trigger an alarm for. Most tuners don't use knock sensors because are too noisy. Yeah, there are so many things that come into play, your clearances and that kind of thing for the knock sensor, that yes, there are a number of people that do eliminate those, the knock sensor from their tunes. Knocking a stock bottom end at that power level, the sensor won't save. Now, you start knocking those things at that power level, you're sending parts flying. You are spot on with that. Yeah, you want to focus on your fuel. You want to focus on all the things that you can touch. You know, the oil, the filters, the temperature. We spend a lot of time analyzing data after every pull. The first thing Calvin does is goes through and make sure that he does a quick health check on the engine to make sure that we're not seeing oil pressure issues. These engines are very sensitive to oil temperature, so he knows that we've got to get the engine down below a temperature threshold before we even think about loading it up for the next pull. Those kinds of things of being very regimented on making sure that you don't hurt stuff on things that you can touch are very important in making a stock bottom end survive. If you were totally reckless and just, hammered the dickens out of the thing run after run after run, you're going to do more damage. But you can see from the bearings that we just pulled out of that engine, with as much abuse as that has had, those bearings looked absolutely fantastic. So you're also very unlikely to see knock on an ethanol engine. You can get there, but your air fuel mixtures have to be pretty much off course. So we've been very careful to watch the air fuel. Again, every single run, Calvin does an evaluation on the health of the engine, and that's why we're very quick to take an engine or a car off the dyno, bring it home, check everything out before we flog it again. We've had sessions where we got one run on the dyno, brought it home, and found out that we had a minor issue and we're able to take it back. But we've only sent one time we've sent a connecting rod out of an engine on a dyno, and that quite frankly was one of the goals, was to take it to the very limit. So let's see, what oil have you guys changed to? I showed it a little bit earlier. We've been using the Valvoline VR1. Really like it. It's very compatible, or it's good when you run it with ethanol. It's a 2050 grade. It's high zinc, high phosphorus, good for wear, and anti-foaming, which is a big issue with turbo engines. It's compatible with gasoline and alcohol fuels. That's a big deal. And so, there it is. That's what we've gone to on these engines with success. We'd actually will probably try and find a similar oil if we can that's closer to a 0 weight when we go to some other engines. But the 50 has helped keep the VVT a little bit more calmed down. It works for us. All right. Heard great things about the VR1. Yeah, we've had very good luck with it. We've hurt some engines mechanically, torn them apart, and not found any bearing issues. I know I started running the Valvoline oils when I was Calvin's age, and the reason I did that, I found consistently that I did not have the lifter issues on the flat tappet cams that I did with other oils. The Valvoline has proven very reliable in that. So just extending that, extending that to what we're doing today, it became a matter of picking up that. The Mobil Ones, we've used a lot of Mobil One oil. Early on when we were first starting the LS stuff, we were using a lot of the Rotella type oils. We still use the Mobil Ones, but for the 4200, we've been using the VR1.
Is the leak down?
Isn't that in the toolbox next door?
I have a...
Oh, right there. Isn't it the black box on this side?
Yeah, that's the worst one. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, that one got moved down to the end just to...
All right, I'm turning my mic back on.
Okay. Calvin's back.
All
He's
right.
going to save you from me. No, we have not tried Schaefer oil. I'm not even familiar with it. Not familiar with it. Not Ford oil. Use GM oil, not Ford oil. I'm not sure how to... Valvoline oil crap. I don't agree. Obviously, everybody's had different experiences, and I don't want to discount anything that you've had good or bad luck with.
All right. We need to strip the valve springs off that engine. Or that head.
Okay, check it out. A lot of alcohol guys use. I know John Doc, who does a lot of alcohol stuff, swear by it. That's good. I'll have to look into that. I like Rotella T6. It is impossible to find. All right. We're still having good luck finding the T5, the T6. I haven't bought any lately, but I know T5 is readily available at AutoZone. Keep waiting for Boogeyman to say why he doesn't like Valvoline.
This is going to be easier to use this thing. Okay, so we are working on getting the valve springs tore off the the
You want
old head?
While we talk, or?
Yeah, you can. So we go with a Crowler spring that is designed for a 2JZ on these engines. I basically measured the stock spring specs for the 02 to 05 engines and found this.
Is F52 Moto, is that your son? Did Sony get called out? Sorry, Calvin.
I forget what I was saying. We use a Crowler valve spring that's designed for a 2JZ. I basically went on Summit Racing's website and looked at all the springs that ever existed and found a spring that matched the 02 to 05 design. And it turned out that it was for a 2JZ.
I'm going to ask you to turn this off, and I'm going to eat a little bit while you entertain the troops.
Okay.
I'm going to take a quick break, guys.
Just hold the power button. Okay. All right. Super Tech all day. Yeah, there you go. That's what you need. Walmart oil. All right. So I'm going to work on, if you guys do 4200 stuff, one of these valve spring compressing tools is an absolute must. It makes taking the valve springs off a whole bunch easier. So, yeah, I did these valve springs on my Studebaker before I did the cams, actually, because I was thinking I was having valve float issues early on, and it turned out we just needed to get the VVT working. We have since run 02 to 05 engines with stock valve springs and the VVT functioning, and that was the problem. So then later I put cams in my Studebaker. I more so did it just so I could make an instructional video on how to do it. We never actually ran it on the dyno or at the track with the upgraded cams. And now those cams are going to go into the Datsun. So, yeah.
I think Boogeyman's been watching our videos.
Oh, yeah? Need to change your... Okay. All right. Let me unpack that in a second. Let me just get this keeper out before I drop it. Okay. Okay, Talogo 16, enjoy the food. Yes, he's having some guacamole chips at the moment.
Life is good.
Yeah. The Boogeyman, you need to change your VVT solenoid, camshaft sensor, crank sensor before you drive. Before your drive. I've done all of those things, yeah, they. I've done all of those things trying to chase VVT issues in the past, and sometimes the solenoid does it, sometimes the actuator does it. You know, it's these engines are definitely susceptible to getting garbage into the oil passages and making the VVT not function right. But we've also noticed that there is a trend with oil temperature. The oil temperature, as it increases, the VVT just stops being controllable. Yeah, the race. You got the idea. Basically the oil has the viscosity of water. Once the oil temperatures get high enough, and it's hard to keep things from collapsing and keep things from or keep things in a predictable location when you're relying on that oil to have some amount of viscosity. All right, so I got cylinder number 1 done. Okay. Michael Blacktree, I put the finest Walmart oil in the Prius. Good job. That's I would probably be doing the same thing if I had a Prius. So, yep, maintenance first. Yeah, I hear you. It's yep, it's not a bad idea to replace the stuff, but our motto is if it's not broke, don't fix it. And you know, I'd rather run it and see if it's good than, you know, what does new stand for? Never ever worked. That's something that Jay Mayer at Real Street Performance. That's something that he says to everybody is crap. He doesn't say that, but he says, you know, what does new stand for? Never ever worked. Okay, this engine does not have coil bolts.
I was thinking there was something wrong there.
So I don't know how we're going to change the valve springs, because this tool relies on having the coil bolt holes to be able to bolt down and be able to put pressure on the valve springs.
We'll clamp it here and here.
Okay. And you could get it in the back. How are you going to get the front? Oh, you just wrap around here. Okay. This might complicate things.
Pull those bolts, but
Okay. Fat Guy Garage.
what the? Yeah, it's one of those moments. You caught it live.
Yep.
Yeah, you have a great Memorial Day too, Fat Guy Garage. We're very humbled by those who gave their lives for our freedoms. We don't take it for granted that we have a tremendous privilege in this country to be able to have a day that we can just take and remember those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, and that's what tomorrow is. It's very humbling to think of the freedoms we have, and very humbling to think about the families who suffer with that loss every day.
Yep. They may have trouble hearing you.
Yep, I hope they heard you.
Okay. Okay, Jord 9308 says, do you PWM the VVT solenoid? Yes. Okay. All right, so we're gonna have to do some problem solving here, because I remember actually seeing this before. Like when I took this engine apart, I noticed that there was no coil bolt provisions, but it was more of like, you know, oh, I can't use the regular coils. But yeah, you're good. This is gonna be fun.
No,
What do you mean?
no, it's not.
Oh,
It's going to be a total pain in the butt.
yeah, this is gonna be a nightmare. Why would they remove that?
Cost.
Why does the 08 have it and this one doesn't?
Friday, Monday,
Yep. Maybe it was made in a different plant, but they were all made in the same plant. Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't like that, but we almost need something to clamp it here.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see how it does. No, it seems pretty solid.
Yeah, but once you put it force at an angle, it might try and slip.
It's not going to be a ton of force, but I mean this.
All right, so when you do that, what I'll do is I'll grab a pry bar and I'll just hold this.
Yeah, I mean this tool kind of.
All right, so when you're on that side, I'll just hold it here.
Okay. All right. This front one's going to be particularly difficult because there's not a great place to grab it on either end. So, all right. This is going to be fun. Not really.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yep.
All right, where's the magnet? Okay, so it looks like just using a C-clamp to hold the tool down. And then Dad is making sure it doesn't move. It looks like the ticket. So, let me know if the last time we did this, there was like a really bad hissing sound. Let me know if that's better for you guys.
I'm going to move this over here.
Okay, don't knock this head over. All right.
Any new comments?
Nope. Feel free to, if you guys are interested in the Atlas platform and you have questions on how-tos or that sort of thing, make sure you leave a comment. My dad's also been participating in hot rodding for close to 40 years. So if you have some questions to ask a old school hot rodder, here's your opportunity.
Last time you said dinosaur. Slight background hiss, nothing major.
Okay.
Okay.
It's probably a lot better than it was. Because last time it was like, that, you know, I watched the live stream back and it was like, that was kind of annoying. Okay, we're good. All right, I got the first one done. So, it's looking like this is going to be
400 more to
possible.
go.
Yeah. Just got to go a little slower.
Okay. No hissing.
Okay, good.
You're dinosaur like Richard.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm proud to say I've made it this long. It's been more than one attempt to try and not make it this long. Turbo vet back together. Get this. Okay, there's a bolt that retains the coil in the top of the head normally, and this doesn't have it.
Yeah, that bolt is the same bolt that this tool uses to bolt down, so that you can change your valve springs. But this head doesn't have them. So basically, how we're doing it is we have a C clamp that is holding the tool down, and it's wrapped around the one web in the head. And then my dad is keeping it from moving side to side. And so far, it's working.
Yeah, the turbo vet does sound fun. I want to know more details there. Code Man Rose?
Oh, he's got the turbo C4 vet. I think he's a sloppy member.
Oh, what engine? LS?
Yeah, it's an LS. And,
Cool.
I think he has twin GT3582s on it. I think I've seen pictures of that he's posted on it before. He's a big fan of ours.
I'm a big fan of ours. Oh, wait a minute. That didn't come out right. Need to be rewinding electric motor stayers and make our cars go faster. We got a long way to go before we're going to be worried about that.
Yeah.
You know, we'd like to do an electric car one of these days at some point, but it's going to be a long time to get the infrastructure in place to make it make that happen.
Okay, I'm on to the other side. So
Yep. Oh,
I think we're good.
no, the hard one's going to be this one.
Well, that's the hard one, but I already got that one.
I mean, the furthest away from the plant.
Gotcha.
Okay. Are those holes usually on both series?
Yes,
Yes.
we've seen them on 08. Our 08 engine had them.
This is the only engine I've ever seen
Yeah.
that didn't have them.
That's same here. Yeah, I've never seen one that has not had them. And these engines were all made in the Tonawanda plant, and the Tonawanda plant closed down, which is why they stopped making them. So it's not like it's the ones that are made in the other plant they didn't have them versus the ones that are made in the Tonawanda do, or this is this is totally random. I mean, it doesn't need them. The coils bolt to the they bolt to the valve cover on this series of engines. So these aren't required, but I've just never seen it without them.
You could feel it move that time.
Okay.
Okay. Old guys like me embrace all the new stuff. Oh yeah, I love the new stuff, and I love the old stuff. I love the new stuff. Yep. The 8 and a 44. That's a nice rear. They are 57 millimeter units, tiny guys, but 24 LM6 current. Yep. That's a nice combo. Small turbos on the LSs, man, they light up fast. It's not a bad package. You're not going to get the whoop. That's what I was afraid of.
All right. So it's going to shift that way.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, but. Yeah, the one thing you got to be careful of when you got too small of a turbo on a V8, though, is those turbos can get away from you, and you got to make sure you got the wastegates 100%, because when they take off on you, we've seen, unfortunately, where the RPMs will fling up so fast it'll go past your rev limiter. So
Yeah, it's almost like a runaway diesel situation. It goes insane.
yeah, if you go through the video file, you'll see where the Nova blew its engine. It blew the engine because the turbo was too small. The twins were too small, and I couldn't get the RPMs to come down during the burnout. I was trying to modulate the RPM, and the thing just kept flinging. And the rev limiter was, I think, 7,000.
Yeah.
And it was high 7,000s where the engine RPMs had gone to.
All right, we got cylinder number 1 done. So I'm gonna pop the valves.
Yep, just be mindful of the speaker. Oop. Okay, maybe it was the end of day Friday or a holiday weekend, hangover Monday. Yep, it's good possibility.
Whew. Hopefully that's not too loud for you guys. Wow. That cylinder sealed up good. Wow. That's the best leak down I've ever seen on one of these.
What's it at?
98.
98, wow. The only one I'm concerned about is this one. I'd have to shine the light. Yeah, 6,000, 6,200, that's good. I'm still paranoid about using air to hold the valves closed. I still shove rope in the cylinders. I tell you what, I've had bad luck doing that. I always go with the air. I remember years ago I had some of the nylon from a rope got actually into the side of where the piston was, and it got stuck in there. And I was able to get the rope out, but it actually left a portion of the rope in. So, you know, I've seen it. I understand what you're saying. I prefer air. Trying to keep it around. Yep. Yeah, that fling rate is what I refer to it as of small turbos, especially with small turbines. It's something that you've got to be real careful of. So one of the things that you got to learn how to do with the small turbos is make sure that you relearn how to do your burnout. You can't do a burnout like an NA or a supercharged engine. You have to, on a turbo engine, you actually have to do it a little bit different, where you how fast you move your pedal when you go into your burnout has to be a little slower, because as the turbo spins, you don't want it to throw the boost level up so fast that it takes off too fast. And that was a hard lesson to learn, because that was a very good engine a very good engine. And you know, since that time, we've gone to bigger turbos that spool slower, but I'm still very careful how fast you bring the engine up on speed.
Yeah, you kind of have to lay into it and then roll out real quick.
Right away. Pull as soon as you go up on the burnout. That's a good point.
Yeah.
On a turbo car, as soon as you get up onto the engine speed, you got to get off the throttle right away.
Yeah.
You can't.
It'll just go right to the rev limiter.
Right. The supercharger cars, when you back off the throttle, the boost comes down with engine speed. On the turbos, they're spinning so fast that as soon as you start to put the throttle back into it after you do that first blip, all the boost comes in and the engine RPMs go up. So it's something you got to learn. All right. Center method to hold the valves up. Nope. We don't on this. It's a lot of folks do a lot of different ways to do it. The problem with the top dead center method is if you're a little bit off center, and I'm assuming you're talking about dropping the rope in, bring the top dead center, bring the whole thing up. I've done that before. You can actually push it off top dead center with the air. You're going to see a couple of benefits in that. If you got a problem with the engine, you're going to have a problem trying to get that valve to go stay closed while you're separating the retainer and the keepers from the top of the valve right off the top. So it causes you to have to go look into that situation right away. But certainly not discounting or discrediting anything somebody else has done in the past. Just, sharing why my preference is what my preference is.
Yeah, it gives you a chance to give it a health inspection too.
Yep. Okay. Yep. And my phone died. I'm gonna go take a minute and grab my phone charger.
Okay.
Are you almost ready to?
Yeah. I'm gonna do number 6 because that's already at the bottom. Okay.
So at some point, we're going to have to come up with a method of figuring out how to. At some point, we're going to have to figure out how to be able to set the lash with a solid lash adjuster, because the solid lash adjusters that I have, you have to grind them to fit. So we have to figure out a way of creeping up onto that lash segment and without overshooting it, because don't want to have to buy 100 of these things trying to get it right. So I think okay, yeah, I'll need you to so if you guys have any ideas on that, videos to watch, or oh, they do it this way on this or that engine, I'm all ears.
You share specs on the valve springs or part numbers?
Yeah, they're Crowler. I think it's 68195 is the part number. It's on the wiki. Look up Vortec 4200 wiki on Google. It's one of the first few links. It'll be a Google site that you go to, and found on these engines, posted on there. So, yep, it's on there. Yeah, it's not.
Values or valves?
Are you still using the stock? Yeah, I think he means valves. Yeah. Yeah, we're still using the stock valves. We're still using most of the stock components.
Stock bottom end.
Yeah.
Don't open them up.
Yeah. Make this go away.
Yep. All right. Matter of fact, that grease is, as it came out of the junk vehicle.
Yep. We've had good luck with the mostly stock engines, and if we can make the same amount of horsepower that we have been in the Datsun, it's going to be fast. It's going to be really, really fast. So that car's lighter and more aerodynamic than anything we've run in the past. So that is the current theory. Did I? Oh, it's still sitting on there. I'm like, where's my fourth spring? So, Overbuilt Automotive says, hi, folks. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Where are you from?
Where are you from? We're up to 6 countries.
20 states.
Yeah.
We're gonna be awesome. Yeah, we're definitely hoping that it's favorable. That car was a little over 2,300 loaded in with the iron block, small block, and nitrous. So if we can come in, a little bit less, we'd be super thrilled. But yeah, it's gonna make some good power weight ratio numbers. Tennessee, oh, there we go. I think that's number 4 from Tennessee. How much air pressure? 100 psi. Oh, we've got somebody from New Mexico. That's okay. Code Roseman.
Codeman Rose.
Yeah. Definitely fast. Thanks, Kelvin Dad. I have a name. Nobody knows it. I became Calvin's dad years ago, and everybody forgot who I was.
Well, your name's in my name, so.
Where are you all at? We are in Pennsylvania. Overbuilt Automotive, Niblack 57. Hoot, Calvin Jr. and Senior? No, sir. Andrew's my name. But about, is it 5 years ago? It was either 5 years ago or 6 years ago. We were at an event, and it became very obvious that people were starting to call me Calvin's dad, as opposed to Andrew. I found it absolutely delightful that he had established himself to the point in the automotive community to be recognized by name, and it was a not a passing of the torch, but an awareness on my part that he had arrived, and very strange to live that moment, but very happy at the same time.
You don't worry about ring gap. Nope.
Nice to meet you too, UFO. Now, the stock stuff, George, we've been using flex fuel for fuel, which burns cooler, 1, and 2, we know that over the course of time, we actually prefer the higher mileage engines because they open up the ring gap for you. Time is actually our friend on the ring gap reality. All right. Now I can turn around and be sociable. All right. My name is Alex, shorter than UFOs. Nice to meet you, Alex.
Yeah, a lot easier to pronounce too.
Yeah, giddy up. Why'd you get a number 6?
Because it's already down. The engine's rotating when
Got
you
it.
fill it with pressure.
Yep.
Then we'll do 2 and 5 and 3 and 4.
My son is a car buddy too. We are building a Volvo 24 valve turbo 2.9.
Nice.
That's cool. A friend of mine just put a one
Red
of the
block.
24 valve
Heads.
onto a
Red block.
red block, and that thing's cool. Very, very cool. Boost comes alive on that thing pretty good. When he cranks into it, it's he's got to be very mindful of the boost at the higher RPMs. And everything in this engine looks so good. Look at how good those valve seals look.
Mm-hmm.
They look brand new.
Yep.
Okay. Daddy, every time try to teach mechanic stuff to children. My 6-year-old daughter knows parts name. Cool. Well, the boys have been part of what's been going on in the shop their entire lives. They were still in diapers, and Mama would have to scrub the grease off of them. So we got one picture of Calvin. He was covered in grease, and Paula put him in the kitchen sink, and we got a picture of him sitting in the kitchen sink getting scrubbed down because of how greasy he was. One of my favorite pictures. Building horrible freight sawmill right now. Okay. I bought it rusty and used. Got belts, rings, fatter cam, cleaned up. Short turn radius on. Yep. Why not mod it more power? We love more power. Add power feed and a trailer. I have one of those red block 16V engines on the stand in my garage. Yep, they're very popular. That's a nice one.
All right. Noise.
Oh, that helped.
Yeah.
What was the leak down rate?
It's like 86,
It's not so
85.
good.
I've seen way worse.
Yeah, but
I've seen way worse. I've seen like 30 on the engine that made 824 horsepower. It was 30.
Huh.
It was bad. I was like, ooh.
Yep. Spin it.
Yeah.
It'll seal.
Mhm.
Hello. Okay, where are you from? Slavic. Multipla. Multipla.
or whatever. Yeah.
Overbuilt. I may be the first to mod a new, larger engine for a crappy China sawmill. Hey. New valves after removing the spring and the compressor. Making sure that the keepers and the retainers are seated. If you don't, you got to remove the valves. Yeah. It's better to have that happen now while the engine's not spinning than to find out you've got a keeper that didn't hold after you have it running, because if that happens, the valve will drop in and you'll trash the whole engine. You just got to make sure that you use a brass punch when you do that, or a dead blow.
All right, we got 2 cylinders done so far. And then we gotta pop the valve or the front cover off, because I want to make sure the timing is dead on this one.
Before you bring that up, let's rotate this thing.
Okay.
To where 5 and 2 down. Just look underneath. Just don't look.
We're there.
Okay. Okay, let's see. I have an aluminum LS NA and a Volvo 242 with a T56. Very cool. Very cool. What size LS? And have you ever taken it down the quarter? We're quarter mile guys, so. I thought of putting a 4200 in a C3. No, thought about it in a C4, but not in a C3. If I had a C3, it would probably get a big block or an LS, but I would never put a 4200 into a C3. The C4, thought about it, for the fun of it, 1, and 2, the car was cheap enough that it allowed us to entertain ourselves with crazy thoughts. But at the end of the day, the engine is so tall, you're going to be putting a massive hood scoop on that hood to get it under the hood. So the short answer is no. C4, yes. Atlas i5 turbo is on my bucket list. Cool. I understand. You can buy the C4s. They're starting to move around in price, but you can buy a decent roller for $1,000, do a lot of crazy stuff with them right now without hurting yourself in the future. Ultimately, those cars are going to come around on price and go up, and you'll look back and say, "Why did I do that?" But 5.3 with Cam and Springs LS1 intake, made 325 on the dyno, still using the Volvo rear. So no drags yet. Need an 8.8. Yes, you do. You don't want to just, the Volvo rears are not very stout. The 8.8 is a very good rear. We've put crazy power through 8.8s. Logan, can those height problems be fixed with slimmer oil pan, or is it just big headache? It's too big of a headache. Right in this area here is the front of the engine, and this is where the cam VVT sprocket goes. And if you look at some of the videos on the Ford Futura, Calvin cut down the top of the valve cover to get it under the Futura's hood. And or is that on your?
That's on my wagon.
On his wagon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I did that more for aesthetics. It didn't actually need it.
Okay,
I just didn't like the way that it looked. Well, when we had the engine in the location that I originally put it in, it needed it. But then you were like, "Oh, you can get this lower," and we ended up lowering. Or no, we put more K-member spacer in it. That's
we put a K-member spacer in to get it down
right
under the hood. So, similar question for the 3rd gen, 4th gen. I don't know about the 4th gen, but I would think it would be a challenge. The 3rd gen, you're definitely going to get into the hood. Again, it'll be this spot right here. But a much smaller scoop would be needed. On the Corvette, it would be a huge scoop. Can these engines be mounted, canted, like on? I'm sure you can. But I would be very concerned that you would get too much oil trapped in here if you laid the engine over. Obviously, you would lay it with the exhaust side down. And these things already have a very poor drain back quality. And you would likely pull up a lot of oil right here on this side of the engine. So I would be hesitant to do that. But, the 3rd gen, 4th gen, all you can do is try it. There's enough aftermarket K-members to get it down low.
3rd gen Camaro has been done.
Yeah, okay. Calvin just said the 3rd gen Camaro has already been done.
Yeah, look on the Facebook page. There's actually one for sale right now. A convertible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so if you just want to buy one,
Yep.
I think he wants like 12 grand for the thing, something like that. Which
valve bending sucks. Happened installing a new timing belt made in USA. Low mileage belt broke, but the old dry rotted was running before no camshaft finding was found. Later, just a junk belt. That sucks. All right, my truck intake won't clear the Volvo, so the LS1 did. Yep, and if you can find an LS2 intake, you may want to jump on that. That's going to give you a surprising boost in power. The LS1 intake is an okay intake, but in terms of performance compared to an LS6 or an LS2 intake, you're definitely going to see an improvement with the with that. Well, especially the LS2, because your throttle body is no longer a restriction. BMW engines are actually designed with everything tilted. Yep, and that's they were designed also to have the oil drain back with the engine tilted, which is very important. The 4200 doesn't have that. Yes, that is absolutely true. It is designed to be standing vertically.
All right.
Ready to see some action, Calvin?
Yeah,
You're off screen. They don't know what's going on.
I know. I'm trying to.
The crowd's getting restless. They
Yeah.
demand action.
Yeah, while you were entertaining them, I was hoping I could get as many of these done as I could, and then
I don't know how entertaining I am. I don't know. They're going, will the old man just shut up? No pressure. Laugh out loud.
okay. Chew. Alright. I'm just gonna get this last one and then
We have imagination. We are fine with the tool noises.
yeah.
This is our crowd.
Uh-huh. I should go get some more tools like a torch and get the impact out. Yeah.
Calvin's working hard.
Yeah. Fire up the grinder.
Is that a jar of moonshine back there on the shelf? If not, do you need one? Yes, I always need one. Where's the jar? On the shelf. I'm not seeing it.
I'm just gonna knock this last cylinder out, and then I don't have to
Fuel jar.
fuel jar. Surely there's a mason jar around here somewhere that he's talking about.
Something that I'm not seeing from that vantage point.
Yeah. If you ever meet me in person and you give me alcohol, I'm gonna hand it to my dad because I'm not a fan. So just letting you guys know.
Vacuum cleaner's over there. Maybe this.
Not gonna try and offend you, but it's just I can't stand the taste.
Let's see. Just kidding. I didn't. Okay. I would love to put a 4200 in a Gremlin. That would be bad to the bone.
Yeah. Yep. 4.2 for a 4.2, right?
Thanks for joining us, Jord. I'm glad you had a good time. Thanks for joining us. All right. I ain't a drinker myself. Okay, overbuilt, and Calvin can be over on that end of the party.
Yeah. It's not my thing. I don't have any moral, I'm not like straight edge or anything like that. It's just I don't like it.
Yeah, the vacuum cleaner's over off screen on that side. I'm still trying to figure out what they're seeing as a moonshine bottle.
Playing a game of I Spy. I spy something that looks like a mason jar. There.
All right. Throw 4200 in a javelin and make it.
That would be cool.
Make the old guys mad. I tell you what, not even a month ago, I was looking for a javelin or what I'd really like to find is a AMC AMX, but not necessarily to put a 4200 in. But we've got plenty of things to throw 4200s in. I was a helicopter mechanic in the Army. Thank you for serving. Loud tool noises while working on the aircraft is a sure way to attract an unwanted crowd and get yelled at. I work silently when I can. You know what? I appreciate that tremendously. There's no radio in this. This is a 102-year-old corn crib barn that's been converted into a shop. And there's nothing sweeter than the sound of some tools clanging and a ratchet chattering as you slide it back and forth. Okay, I saw someone put a 2006 Dodge Charger chassis under a Javelin. It turned out sweet. That's a lot of work.
A taxi? Why a taxi?
No, under a
Oh,
chassis.
okay. But
Yeah.
why the taxi chassis? Is it
No,
like
a Charger. 2006 Charger chassis under a Javelin.
Oh. Okay, I thought you said taxi. Okay. Whoops.
Here in the Netherlands, moonshine can be used as fuel because fuel price goes high. The leader of it's a shame how much of your income has to go towards those kind of expenses. We have a privilege in this country to have been able to enjoy cheaper fuel for a long time, and the pain of it being raised has been something that's caused quite an uproar in this country lately, and it's still about half of what it is in Europe. So I don't relish the thought of it going any higher because it does make a dent on our ability to get out as much as we like to. I need an old Japan truck carrier or Nissan from the 70s. If my grammar, I went public school. 72 Gremlin was my first car. So at 4200, or I've got a 53 LS that would be fun too, but finding one that's not rusted out would, oh my, those things have definitely decayed over the years, and the price of them is starting to get pretty ridiculous too. I wish you good luck with that. This side first?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. I got all the valve springs out of the other head, so that's where I was.
Sleeping off camera.
Mm-hmm. I wrench in my
Okay.
sleep.
Gas price, a lot. Bad deal. Globalism,
Yeah.
elitist,
Nobody
evil.
can see that.
Should not. Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
I agree.
Yep. Globalism is
Yep.
not good. A lot of evil in this world. We have to be very focused and very focused on being a shining light in the darkness for others to see that there's a reason to have hope. And as we go through these difficult times in this current age, we need to be reminded that we have a purpose and a mission. My first inline, okay, was a 72 Dodge Colt 302 and wrapped it around a tree within a week. I would love to have a little 72 Dodge Colt. I bet you got some hate putting a 302 in that thing. Those things were loved by the Dodge guys when they came out, and Ronnie Socks had put that Hemi into one. It was quite the piece when Grumpy Jenkins first did the Vega, and then followed up with some of the other guys putting the small cars with the big engines together, and then the Sox and Martin team did their Dodge Colt, and that thing was so cool. I got my license in a 74 or 72 Dodge Colt. I need to think about that for a minute. It might have been a 74. Got a little station wagon with an inline in it and 4-speed. And the guy watching me get get my license was amazed that somebody was so bold to come get his license in a manual transmission powered car. So let's see, that was in Puerto Rico. I would usually put rotary on the old small car stuff. They are very popular. Rotaries. Calvin loves the things. I
wouldn't say I love them. I just like the way they sound.
Oh, you're killing me. That noise. That's not a sound. That's just racket.
I don't know. 4 rotors sound really good.
Blah, 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 blah.
Mhm.
What are the swaps you want to do the most in the future? We've got a big cubic inch big block that's going to go into a car in the future. You got an LT that we want to put together. You're going to see that in the future. I would love to get a 68 Dodge Coronet with a 440 and just have something that looks totally stock, but runs low 11s at will. So that's one of my dream cars. I'd love to put the FE together in a Cyclone or a Cougar. I've got it's potentially a 410, 66 410 by the numbers. I've got to verify that it is. And I've got the FE top loader 4-speed sitting right there behind me. That's not the moonshine. That's a top loader sitting there. But I would love to do that at some point in the near future. But right now we're still so focused on the racing stuff that we've been doing that we haven't been able to get to any of the more stock appearing high performance cars.
Yeah, I want to do a high winding inline 6 at some point. And, the 4200s are pretty high winding, but I'd love to do like if RB26s weren't so hard to find and didn't have so many issues with oil pumps and stuff, something like that would be cool. I still would love to play with my first hot rod that I messed with had a 250 inline 6, and I still would love to play with one of them. The guys in Brazil have those things make an insane horsepower, and I'd love to, I don't want to do what they're doing, but I'd love to play with one on a much smaller level and just use everything that I've learned over the years to, because at the time when I had that car, I had no idea what I was doing. And now that I have a lot more experience in the hot rodding stuff, it would be fun to play with one. But so yeah, I would love to play with one of them. Obviously, we got LT engines in our future. I love big blocks. I love the way that they idle and they sound, and there's nothing like a big block. I'd love to do something like that. So that should keep me busy for a while.
Comment earlier about the 69 Camaro. Sorry to hear that got wrecked so quickly. That had to be painful. The Supra, cool. Love that. 59 Ranchero, that is very cool. My grandfather on the Nelson side had a 59 wagon. It was black and gold, and one of my favorites is that 59 Ford. I can't look at it and not have fond memories every time I see a 59 Ford. It's so cool to see a 1-year car. I love 1-year cars, and but to have it connected to a family member just makes it that much sweeter. So very cool on that choice. I hope you find one. Q about the RB20. Go for it. What's your question? And the LS powered Opal, we're actually looking for an Opal. At some point, we'll probably do one of those, but we're not looking real hard. We've got some other projects we got to knock out first.
Q about an RB20. Oh, does he have experience with an RB20? Is that what you're saying? You have experience with an RB20? I just want something that I can rev to like over 9,000 RPM and not have issues, and it just sing.
Because the 2JZ don't.
What's that?
I'm being funny.
Yeah, 2JZs are not a bad option for that, but
No. We won't build a Nissan L28 for high RPMs, and I don't know anything about an RB20.
yeah, it's just the next generation of Nissan engine. You know, the L series was the early stuff, and then they went to the RB. And
Oh, is that what the 3-liter is?
there is an RB30. It's a single overhead cam engine, but we didn't get them, I don't think.
Okay.
I think Australia and Japan only. Which they're pretty awesome motors too.
BMW M3, they turn 8,500 stock, but they aren't cheap. Yeah, we've looked at a little bit into the BMW stuff. A N52 is of interest just because of the sheer robustness of the bottom end. The R54 isn't as attractive. N54 is not as attractive. But the BMW definitely made some inline six-cylinder stuff that's of interest. The 54 series having the VVT makes it more attractive. But we're probably going to do a VVT V8 package before we do anything like a BMW engine. Just the 4-valve stuff is very attractive, and we've got to consider the packaging and on some of our future projects and how it all lays out. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, don't do which. Jeremy has awakened. He came out of left field and said, don't do it.
He's probably talking about BMWs.
That could be.
A lot of people have a very strong distaste for them. And just because they have, it's a BMW. They overcomplicate everything. But, the N54 seemed like an attractive motor to me because it was, it seems like any issues they have are something that surrounds the engine, not something to do with the engine. And the fact that it's dual VVT and all that. Man, I am struggling with this.
Yeah, he's saying stick with the 4200.
Yeah, I want something with dual VVT.
You want me to take over? Okay, we had acceleration competitions. The whole point was to rev the engine as high as possible and hold it for 30 seconds. Oh my word, that's crazy. I understand why they would stand the high RPMs for a longer period of time, but wow, 30 seconds. You ought to be in another state if you've got something wide open for 30 seconds. You better be on a closed track.
Yeah, it's
Toyota 1UZ with VVTi head is cool, or just get Nissan
They're not dual.
VK56 now. That's an engine guys used in Titan SUVs.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've heard about them. It's it's a possibility. Okay, I got this. I
Got it?
Tap the valves.
So I'm done.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Don't blame you thinking replacing the M54 in my car with a GM DOHC. Understood. North Dakota. Hey, that's our first North Dakota today. Just finished tearing a 4200 down after following you guys. Cool. Well, if your wife gets mad at you, it's not our fault.
85.
There she is. Can I, yeah, okay. You got to go right away, or would you mind grabbing my charge cord for my phone? Everybody stand at attention. Paula's back.
Yeah, we're always going to be doing 4200 stuff, so don't worry about that, guys. We just want to branch out.
Yeah, if you see some variety coming down, don't lose heart. We're gonna still be doing the 4200 in the background.
Yep, it's yeah.
It's opening a lot of doors.
I mean, this motor has proven way too much to us already to give up on it now. So, I mean, just tearing down that engine out of my Studebaker has given me a whole bunch of confidence. Because I figured if we were going to have bearing issues on an engine, it was going to be that engine. And it looks mint. Yeah, we should do number 2, actually.
Wayne, what are you putting your 4200 in? Thank you. Okay.
So
Hey.
we got
You get back here.
28 viewers. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks for taking time out of your day to come hang out with us.
Walter, ever or will you in the future do anything with a 4.9?
300.
Yeah. The if we do anything with a the Ford inline 6, we would actually do it to a 240. I almost bought one recently. The reason being that it's got a short stroke crank, and when it's overboard, it'll be under 260 cubic inches. And what that allows us to do is race it in the E category on land speed racing. The 300, while it's a good engine, you are not going to be competitive with it compared to like a 302 Chevy or Ford when you're racing land speed racing, and that would put you in the D category. You may want to tap on the valves now.
Yeah.
Just to get it to seal up better.
Yeah, that way we're not running the guts out of the air compressor. It's a little better.
It's starting to seal. Okay.
Yeah,
Which
this
side?
engine's in way better shape than the
Can you set that over there?
the 800 horsepower one.
Okay.
So while we're doing these valve springs, we're also doing a leak down check. So far we have, this one was at 98%. Number 6 was at 85%. Number 5 was at 85%. And it looks like this one is at
80-ish.
yeah, around 80. So,
Okay.
you know, this is a convenient thing that you can do while you're
changing out your valve springs?
The fact that it's hitting the power levels of the Barra and the LSs is crazy. We're actually over the Barra level for stock bottom end, and we're still working towards pushing these things. We think there's a lot left in them. Holding the crankshaft without breaking at 800. Right now at 800 horsepower, that's not even a concern. It doesn't even fall into the realm of a concern. When you consider that you have no power stroke overlap anywhere on the crankshaft, the beauty of an inline six is you've got a power stroke, 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 and a power stroke. So the stresses on the crankshaft aren't going to be the same as on a V8. On a V8, you have on a Chrysler, Chevy, all GM, your power stroke overlap are 2 and 1, 4 and 3, 5 and 7. On an LS, they reduce the stress in the crankshaft by having your power stroke overlap be just 4, 3, 6, 5, and
Just sealed up.
sorry about that, guys.
More spring pressure.
And 8, 8, 7. They don't overlap 1 and 2, which Chrysler and GM and certain models of Ford, the power stroke overlap is on the 2 and the 1 cylinders. So it puts all that stress has to go from the front of the engine all the way to the back. On the LS, your firing order is 1, 8, 7. So that's your first power overlap. 2,
6.
then 6, 5, 4, 3. So all of your power overlaps and all the excess stress in the crank is the back half on an LS. Sorry, I don't mean to be doing that to you.
That's fine.
So, where were we going with that question?
It's a better architecture for horsepower.
Yeah, the inline six and the stresses on it are very real, but you don't have the compounding stress on the crankshaft in the location. It's everything that has to maintain its strength is all captured in. It's like 6 individual 1-cylinder engines, and it adds to its strength. Okay, comments coming in faster. I can read them. Makes sense. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why a 6-cylinder can get away with less bolts, because on the V8 you have the cylinders that are side by side that come into play, adding and compounding the stress and everything in the bottom end of the engine. Not only do you have the power loads, but you have the cyclic load going from the even cylinder to the odd cylinder. So all of your main bearing and your main cap bolts have a full load from the cylinder going from the right side to the left, immediately being reversed going from the left side to the right. And a 6-cylinder doesn't have that. An inline engine, all your stress is isolated 1, 5, 3, 6, 2, 4.
Switch.
Yep. So, there's huge advantages to inline engines. The problem is they're so tall and so long, the packaging sucks.
Yeah, and the head drain.
They stopped making them. Well, they didn't stop making they stopped making this engine, but GM's getting ready to have a new inline, and Dodge just came out with the Hurricane, which is a 3-liter inline 6, and we can't wait to get our hands on them. Still looking for information how to get a 8L90 or 10L90 to work on an LS. 8L90 should bolt right on.
Yeah, it should bolt on. The problem is controlling it.
Oh. Going back to the Trailblazer for now, I've always wanted to do a budget build and got inspiration from the Grassroots video. Cool. Grassroots is a great magazine. They've been very kind to us over the years, and thanks for watching that video. Car was free and using the project to learn Mega Squirt tuning. Cool. Keep up with learning. That never get tired of learning things. I wonder if they'll introduce them again because Dodge seems to be replacing. Okay, Dodge is not replacing the Hemi with the Hurricane. Dodge is running them at the same time.
But the Hemi's going to be
The Hemi will be discontinued, but that's because there's another platform also coming out. So, long story short, Dodge knows that they have two versions of that Hurricane engine. There's a 400 horsepower version and a 500 horsepower version, and one is not the other. The 500 horsepower version has a lot of improvements on it for reliability reasons, for the from the mains, the size of the mains, the rod caps, the camshaft profiles. But the mic went dead.
All right, we're back. Sorry, guys.
All right.
My receiver for the microphones died.
So somebody made a comment about a little bit ago. We're back.
Let us know if we can hear you. Oh, they got us.
Good
Okay.
now. Somebody spells the way I understand.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. I knew that was going to happen at some point, so I prepared by having extra batteries ready to go. So,
Hey, check that out. Leak down went from 80 to 94 just by changing the valve springs.
yeah. All right. So the engine that we made 824 horsepower with, it was like 30% on the gauge. So however you interpret that, like 70% leak down on some of the cylinders. So this one's a whole lot better.
What transmission do you all use? 4200. I hate my 4L60. Okay, we are using turbo 400s on the on everything.
Yeah.
So
At some point, we'll do a 4L80 probably.
rotate to the bottom.
Yeah. Because at some point, for like a drag and drive car, the 4L80 makes a whole lot of sense because of overdrive and lockup. So at some point, we're going to do a 4L80.
Yep. It's the 4L60 that you're talking about. There's been some recent developments on those transmissions. They've figured out how to make those things live. Hopefully the cost will start coming down on them. Why not run a AR5? Maybe not for drag racing platform. At some point we're going to do a manual transmission conversion, but I don't know if we'll do an AR5 with that. Ultimately, availability is an issue. I haven't found any of those at a reasonable price.
Yeah, I've seen a few out there, but it's they're good transmissions, but for what we do, having overdrive would be nice, but it's the gear ratios on that transmission are not really ideal. The first gear ratio is basically useless, but we might run one in the future simply because it'll bolt up, but I don't know. Personally, I'm an automatic guy. I just like the way that they work better.
For performance.
Yeah. I enjoy a manual, but...
Next question's for you. I don't know if you guys heard that, but there was a radical reduction in the amount of air blowing out of this piston valve by him tapping on it.
Okay.
So what did
Shadow... Now it's close to
100.
Well, I have to bump this down. 95. Yeah.
Nice.
A lot of times you can tap on the valves and you'll get some of your leak down back. Okay, sorry. Shadow Ops Airman says, I was dealing with a TBZ that had power loss under throttle in January. It was not tripping a code. It finally did. It has 3 old coils, original, so I'm replacing them. Fuel pressure is good at 55. Yeah, yep, that will definitely do it. Overbuilt.
That's good to know.
Cheap trans controller that will work on 4L80E can be found. An old box fan. Okay. I didn't know that. That's that's really good to know. Same question. I got the same question Michael does. You lost your microphone. All right, get your microphone.
Third or fourth time, that's not that.
Oh, you're fuzzy. Oh, okay. It's just the fuzzy.
Yeah.
Here. I thought the whole thing fell off.
There it is. Got it.
Yeah, personally, I like the micro squirts for transmission control. They're pretty powerful, and I have some experience with them. The Holley transmission control is not so great, in my opinion, because a lot of times you will double shift into third when you have it in auto shift mode, which is just stupid. I mean, you should be able to like program a delay to say like, okay, I want to go 1-2 shift and then wait a little bit before commanding the 2-3. But for whatever reason, they don't have that option. So a lot of times you're going down the drag strip, and the 1-2 shift usually takes a little bit of time to actually engage, and it'll hang at the higher RPMs. And then the ECU is like, oh, you should have done the 1-2 shift by now. And then it shifts into third, and it's like junk. So I'm not a fan of. Your mileage may vary.
Pretty good, but must be built when going over torque rating. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the Holley stuff is I wouldn't call it junk, but it just, it's there's some compromises. Yeah, the camera likes to for whatever reason, I have it set up so that it should never turn off, because it has an auto power off thing to save battery power. And I have that set so that it should never turn the camera off, but for whatever reason, it still does it. So whenever you guys see the weird rainbow colored bars come on the screen and stuff, that's what that is. You should still be able to hear us. So yeah, it's just, being stupid. Actually, you might not be able to hear us. I don't know. Well, it did when we were on John's podcast. You could still hear us, so whatever.
Get what you pay for most times. Yeah, well, I don't know about that. There's been a lot of crummy stuff out there that was very expensive.
Yep.
Holly is just expensive junk. Yeah. They have their issues. There's no doubt there. There's no argument there. Seems like when you get a good one, you got a great one. And when you got a bad one, you've got a nightmare.
Yep. I don't like how slow they are to do software updates, even when like a huge portion of people are begging for them. But it's honestly, the fact that they were able to sell the Terminators for as cheap as they did, now they're starting to get to be a little bit more expensive just because of inflation and all that. But, when they were selling them for $1,000 for a plug and play kit, that I don't know how you beat that, with a wideband, with a dash, like that's just insanely cheap. And, the first production of them, they were pretty, good to go. I have one of the first Terminators that was ever made, just because I got in early. And that thing's been a rock star. But we bought a more recent one that was a more recent production number. And it's been the O2 sensor driver just randomly failed, and I've heard of so many people having issues with them lately. It's a real shame.
Do microsquirt trans controllers support paddle shifters?
Yes.
There you go, Michael. How does 4200 compare to the size-wise of the RB26 and the 2JZ?
It's
It's an elephant.
well, the 2JZ is actually these are just a little bit longer, not crazy, but the height on these things is just giant. So compared to the 2JZ, this thing's a mammoth. RB26, I don't have as much familiarity on the scale of the engine, but I would.
Length is almost the same.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about the height, or I just, those things are so exotic. It's it's rare that you see one in person, let alone be able to throw a tape measure on it.
Overbuilt.
Read his comment. Hang on a second.
Yep.
Okay. Overbuilt automotive. Now that's a good price. I did not know that. Thanks. I was thinking the unit with the fancy LCD dash. That seems high to me when I can just use a tablet with a Mega Squirt. I love the Micro Squirt, or Mega Squirt is flexible. Yeah, it's I don't know. The Holley stuff used to be hard to beat. Recently, the prices on stuff has come up, and it's hard to, you're getting close to like a max ECU or something that I would consider a more premium ECU, and I would run every single day of the week over a Holley.
Didn't you want to tap that?
All right, we're 5 of 6, guys. So making progress. Unfortunately, this is one of the more time-consuming things on one of these engines.
Yep, 5 inches sounds right.
Taller?
Taller.
Yeah. Yeah, length, it's maybe like an inch at the most. Because the 2JZs are actually pretty long. All right, we are getting close, guys. Yeah, truck engine versus car engine, exactly.
Yep.
It's it's designed for a truck. I wish they would have put them in trucks, but they nope. Yeah, if they would have put these engines in Silverados, they would have been way more popular, I think.
Nope.
And just go right there.
Okay. Something's.
Yeah, I'll get it. You got to kind of run it down here.
That's what I
Grab
just
it here.
turned it to.
And then it kind of runs at an angle. There you go.
I didn't realize they were that much taller. Yeah, and that goes back to when somebody was asking about putting it in C6 or a C4 or a 3rd gen or a 4th gen. The height is definitely something you gotta go into this with your eyes open.
Yep.
I repair electronics on the side. Cool. We're gonna get along. Companies start pitting their
Potting, yeah.
uh,
Yep, yeah. Nice thing about a Terminator is they don't pot them. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. The electronics on the Max ECU, it's a potted ECU, but the electronics on that seem to be robust enough that you don't have to worry about it. But, I say that.
Well, anytime you can use VVT, I would say use it. So if that's your deciding factor, you need to look very closely at VVT because it is a proven technical marvel. LG pots their PCBs for their applications.
Yeah, potting it's a good idea. It for applications where it's going to see a lot of vibration, it makes sense to pot stuff, but it does make repairing it next to impossible.
I think making a video about working around the height problem of the 4200 would be useful.
Yeah,
Probably in the next one, in the next conversion project, we'll talk about it. just because we're doing that conversion because of the height.
Yeah, I mean, hood scoops.
But if you look
And,
at the, sorry.
Yeah, hood scoops and K-member spacers are your friend.
Yeah, don't BS me 4200 build probably
Yep.
addressed. If you go back into the video library, there's Don't BS Me video on the 4200. We put a 4200 in the smallest car, one of the smallest cars we've ever seen. It was a Fiat 118G, which is tiny compared to the 124, and we put put one in a 118G and had to use a hood scoop to make it work. But the purpose of that was to demonstrate, show that you can get it in. Hood scoops are definitely cool when they're done correctly. Yep. I bought Android 2 DIN car radio 4GB DDR4
RAM.
Okay. I have not used it yet with Megasquirt, but it should tie in and work. I am ordering a Speeduino in a week or so to check it out. Have you used one yet?
Have I used a
Speeduino?
Speeduino? Yeah, I've used a Speeduino. I'm not a fan. As I've said in the past, it's, I didn't have a good experience. The engine that is sitting right there, I ran it on that one, and I'm lucky it didn't blow it up because it was giving the cylinders uneven timing, and I'm lucky that it wasn't giving some more timing than number one, that rather than less, because it was not giving the appropriate timing to the appropriate cylinders.
Yeah, it knocked 100 and almost 200 horsepower out of the engine.
Yeah, I made an adapter harness to go from a micro squirt to a Speeduino just because it was an experiment. I knew that, if I needed to go back, I could literally just unplug the one thing and then plug the other one in. And it gained, going from the Speeduino to the micro squirt, it gained 100 horsepower. And come to find out, somebody else was also trying to put one on their 4200. And, after I had those issues, I was like, nope, this is junk. Not that they can't get it working. I'm not going to be the guinea pig. So the other guy actually figured out that it was giving other cylinders 30-degree less timing. It's just, I wish him the best, but I didn't have a good experience.
Hood scoops. What's wrong with a BMW with a hood scoop? All right, I agree.
Excuse me.
I bet that came in loud and clear.
Yeah.
Whew.
Can't
They don't get the smell though.
Yeah. I need to have a mute button.
Speeduino clock is too slow for RPM resolution, timing control. Absolutely.
Yeah, I heard they were going for changing over to a teensy board or something, and it just, not a fan. It's just, I appreciate what they're trying to do. It's something that I have talked about wanting to do in the past, because an Arduino, they're pretty powerful. And it's developing your own ECU is a very admirable thing, but I'm to the point where I don't want to be somebody's guinea pig, especially with something as critical as an ECU. So, I wish him luck.
One to go, guys. One valve. All 400 of them.
Mhm.
Quit exaggerating, old man. Slow clock. Any engineer should have known that by now. I hope he fixes it. Yep. Have a great day. I just have to run out of time today. Well, thanks for joining us, Dustin, and I hope we see you in the next live stream. We're gonna probably try and do one a month or so. It's turning out to be something that a lot of people enjoy, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's definitely something we enjoy too. It's more personal experience. You know, it's nice to be able to answer your questions more directly and be able to, answer follow-up questions. And it's just a lot better than the YouTube comment section. So, if we're doing something that's pretty monotonous, like changing valve springs, it's definitely something that we can do while hanging out with you guys. So, yeah. Okay.
It means so much to have the feedback. Love what y'all do. Well, thank you, sir. It's something to watch while I edit videos so my eyes don't bleed as much.
Yeah. What are you, Michael? What videos are you editing? Do you have your own channel, or what's the? Because I heard you saying that on another comment. All right, that's it.
Yeah, it's easy to make lots of power with a 4.8.
All right, looks like
I have a very small
87.
channel trying to grow it.
Okay, cool.
Are you
I'll have
familiar with the No Name 500 or the No Name Nationals?
Yeah, I'll have to check it out too.
Yeah, check it out. And there's John Wilburn has a weekly live stream on Friday nights that a lot of folks that are building channels jump on.
Yeah, if you should definitely check out the No Name Nationals if you haven't. Even if you're not a car YouTuber, like, you should check out some of the things that Roadkill Customs. He's a guest on the podcasts frequently, and he's been in the internet industry for many years, basically since the conception of the internet. And he has tons of neat little tricks and ways to help your channel grow that he has shared. And we've actually applied quite a few of those tricks to help us grow further. So, there's always something to learn.
Yep.
So
I'll look into the No Name Nationals. Yeah, our plan is to take this engine in the Datsun as one of our contenders at that event, and we're down to 123 days to go, 122 days to go. So we've got our work cut out for us. Thankfully, we're getting a lot of support from people. Again, thank you, Dave. I don't know if you're still on. Oh,
yeah, I think.
Thanks for something to listen to as I do wheel bearings today, John Rose. Hi, John.
I think that's might not be our John.
Oh,
I think that there's a guy named John Rose that tunes in. We have a friend that he actually stopped
The
by
guy who
early in
was
the ride.
near the video, his name was John Rose.
Yeah, the John that came in earlier. His name is John Rose, and good friend of ours, and so we always see that and go, hey, oh wait, I don't think that's who I think it is, but
Yeah, we love the stock 4.8s. Calvin got his NHRA competition license with a stock 4.8 in the crap marrow. And what was the best that we got? We got a 955, I think.
959,
959 at 139.
Yep, with a GT45.
Yeah. So very capable engine. No, the other one.
Yep.
Okay. So you weren't here in person then. All right. Speeduino Ford 460 1977 rollback. With it, I'll dig into the issues as I may just use a Mega Squirt now.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't want to discourage anybody. It's, I didn't have a good experience, and I don't want somebody else to have the same experience I did, because it was not great.
It was painful.
Yeah, it was a lot of work, and I just felt like I was being treated like a guinea pig. All right, loud noises, guys. All right.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, I am the kind stock engine a vehicle comes with. 07 bow tie with that 4.8. I'm not a racer, but want to be a hauler. So looking forward to more torque NA without the okay. If you need to do a significant freshen up with that engine, make sure you look into the 5.3. You're going to be absolutely shocked at the difference. A 4.8 is a very good engine, don't get me wrong. But for doing serious hauling, the extra crankshaft stroke of the 5.3 is very noticeable.
All right.
Extra cab. Watch your ears, guys.
We're going to have to break your bar.
Okay. You got to put the torque, the pry bar. Here it is. Hold on. Okay.
Ready?
Equal or adjustable. Okay, here it goes. There's a comment that can go away.
What?
Okay, it's got my fasten troll alert.
Yeah, let me
Yep,
take care of
thank
that
you.
for you guys.
Freaking bots. Yeah. Most people driving there.
And remove. Okay. And report. Speech. There we go. That one. All right. Sorry about that, guys.
Trolls are everywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Stand by. Oh, that wouldn't surprise me.
Gotta find
Need a second one. Just give me the other pry bar.
Okay.
Oh, it's hanging back up. Yep.
Okay. This is not a great angle. for me. Okay. Ready? Yep.
Not those.
There it goes.
Here.
Okay. They're doing it again. Hang on.
Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Report. I gotta block them. That's what I need to do. No, definitely not add as moderator. How do I block?
Put user in timeout.
That's all I can do, huh? Okay.
So you got 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. How do I just block them?
Let's keep moving.
Okay. Let me deal with that in a second here. Go ahead.
Ready?
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Uh-huh. Okay. Hide this user from channel. There we go. Okay. Hopefully that fixes that. Sorry, guys.
They got attacked here.
Yeah, it's just stupid people. Okay.
Ready?
Yep. Hang on. Okay.
Got to do something more.
Yep. I just gotta hold it better.
It's
Well, I got it to snap. Let me see if the impact will grab it now.
what's that?
I got it to move a tiny bit. Ready?
No. Oh. Just didn't damage the machine.
Okay.
Let me think about this for a second. Am I thinking the wrong way? Yes, I'm thinking the wrong way. Sorry.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
Ready?
Nope.
Should I get a pipe?
Gonna have to, but we need something bigger than that. We got a 3/4 inch breaker.
Okay. Gotta love crank bolts, guys.
What size is the?
15, 16s.
Okay. I'll be back. You can answer the question.
All right. Yeah. You don't mind overbuilt? Here. There. All right. I made you a moderator, overbuilt. Let me know if you can. Definitely hard. Okay. Hard to put on a show and moderate the chat at the same time. Just knocked my head over. Ow. Sorry, guys. Okay. Well, that ain't the right one. How did that happen? I got two valves that switch places. Or no, that was me. Okay. Sorry, I am kneeling down with my back towards you. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. All right, Dad is going to get a 3/4 breaker bar because we are having trouble breaking this crank bolt loose. So that is what we are struggling with at the moment. Yep, thanks, Overbuilt. Yeah, the yep, thanks. Yeah, the crank bolts can be fun sometimes, so I'm gonna go look for a actually I'm gonna wait for my dad to get back, and then I'll go look for a pipe, or hopefully he's getting one. But okay. The LS and small block Chevy bolts are not that hard to do. Yeah. I don't know. The LS crank bolts can be a pain sometimes. We've had a few that have been pretty sticky. So it's when they've been on there for a while, they like to fight. Did you get a pipe too? Okay, perfect. All right. All right, we got leverage, guys. Okay, I'm gonna get.
Not enough.
It's not big enough.
Okay.
Let me try this one.
Well, I can see if I can find another shaft there. Nope, I found a new name.
Can you take care of that, buddy? Get him! Get him!
Oh, you got a moderator on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the guys said I can moderate for you, so
Thank you.
get him. I wish you could just ban them. I don't know why you can't just ban them. It's like I can put them in timeout. No, I want to ban them. Timeout isn't good enough, obviously. My goodness. People are ridiculous. Definitely not add moderator. That's not what I want. Report.
Here, it's a piece of forging.
Okay. Did you get him? Okay, I think he got him. Nope, no he didn't. Okay. I guess I'll put him in timeout again. This is ridiculous. Maybe if I go to channel. Go to channel. All right, I'm gonna have to figure this out later, but sorry, guys. All right, Dad's got a torch. Look out, guys.
You want to take care of that, or you got that?
I took care of it, but
Okay. Do I need to turn my mic off while I heat this up?
I think you're fine. Yeah, I did the hide user on them, and it didn't work. So I can try doing it again, maybe. But I did that before. Hide. Unhide. Okay, now I can unhide them, but I don't want to do that. So, all right. Well, just ignore them. Sorry, guys. Okay, he blocked them. Good. Okay.
Boogeyman.
Yeah. No, it's overbuilt. Oh, they're using different names. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, as soon as the first name got blocked, they went to another name.
Why? We have 27 viewers, and they're coming after us. Like, why?
People look in the future.
Yeah, I guess. Oh well. What are you gonna do? Crappy people are gonna be crappy people. But really, I can't see the.
Hundreds of names.
They got hundreds. Okay. Well, keep at it.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Nice and easy.
Okay. Yeah, this is
Do you need me on that end?
I'm afraid it's gonna bend.
Yeah. Well, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about breaking the head off.
Yeah. There it goes. We got it.
Ah!
All right.
Ready?
Okay. All right. I'll keep an eye out. Thanks. He's gonna go for a coffee break real quick.
Okay.
All right. Yep. Nice pop. All right. Yay!
Teamwork makes a dream.
Yeah. Okay. Now I gotta go get my tool.
Yep. I'm gonna heat this up a while.
All right. Oh. Don't do that.
All right.
We got to take the cover off to get the timing.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about the hub, so that it'll
Oh.
expand and come off the crank.
Okay. I normally don't do
If the
that.
bolt comes out,
Okay, where'd my tool go?
shadow ops. Yep. All right, got truck at 75,000 now. Has nice. A lot of guys get about 250
There it is.
out of those things with very little difficulty. The nice thing about the 4.8 is it doesn't have the DOD, and the DOD is typically what takes the LSs out of commission. It's typically just a lifter, but most LSs just don't survive because of that. Find their way to the junkyard.
All right, we're going to pull the damper off, and then we're going to pull the front cover off so that we can figure out the cam timing. Make sure that it is good and set correctly, because this was actually one of the engines that we pulled apart.
Hold on.
This is one of the engines that we pulled apart to have the cams reground. So that's why it doesn't have camshafts right now.
That's a good sound.
Yeah, it normally comes right off. Normally there's no issue.
When the bolt didn't want to come out, I had my doubts.
Yep.
I do my own one. I can appreciate that.
I don't know why they would call it hide user. Like, how is that banned? Maybe they're using more politically correct terms or something. Because apparently when you hide a user from your channel, that's banning them. How's that banning? Like, how does that translate to banning?
Well, I don't know what else you would call it, though.
Ban? Or block? Maybe that's not PC. I don't know.
Not PC enough in this world, I guess.
Yeah,
Bunch
maybe.
of 'em.
Oh well. Okay.
All right. 6 years ago, I had 2000 or 03 with the set will be changed to oil pump. That's a good idea. I'm back off coffee in hand. Coffee in hand.
Yep, we didn't have any attacks while you were gone, so.
Already got that.
I like this one. It has a 10 millimeter head instead of that little tiny 7 millimeter that's like begging to snap off. Okay. So now I can actually show you the jacking screw things. So I had the head of the bolt wart rounded off.
Hey, Dustin's back.
Okay. Cool.
We're on a mission, Dustin. We've got the No Name Nationals is September 30th, which is one reality, but we got to get there, which is close to 1,000-mile ride. Not quite. It's what, 900 miles? And so we got a day of driving just to get there. The event's Saturday, Sunday. We'll head out on a Wednesday to get there, and so that definitely cuts into the available time to work on this thing. Is it jacking or not? Because if it's not, it's going.
It's going, I think.
Yep, to the other side. Yeah. So, with 122 days to go, we've got to be very mindful of every available hour. I'd love to be watching the Indy 500 right now, but that's not in the cards. So, since I want to increase the output naturally without a rotating assembly, should I go about a 6L or I would not put a 6-liter cam in, period. You will not get enough improvement with that to make it worth the hours that it's going to take to put in. The 862s are a good head. I don't know if I'd port them. It's any cylinder head flow is going to be an improvement, but I would be more apt to focus on the camshaft than anything else.
All right, got our front cover off. So,
Turn the engine towards
Yep.
the camera.
okay.
Smile.
So, these engines have a chain with a different colored link every 7 links, I believe.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, every 7 links, there's a different colored link. And you basically need to line the dark colored link up with the timing, which it already is. There's a timing mark on your crankshaft. And then you need to get the timing marks up here lined up with the timing marks on your sprockets up here at the same time. So let me think here. Okay.
The 706s have a minor cracking issue. The crack that occurs in most of them is not going to keep you from running the head. The 862 does not have that cracking issue. The rev limiter pushing it out a little bit, that's not going to give you likely what you want. It is going to put the engine in a position where it's not going to downshift as much, which that is favorable. But if I had a choice of what to do, I would focus on the camshaft before I would be concerned about doing the port work. I got a YouTube story for you. We were having group live stream farming Bible talk. A troll fooled host into getting a code. She linked them up, and guess what was on the screen? Oh, that's a shame. It's that's a shame. A lot of people making some choices out there that they may not be glad they made in the future.
Yeah, it's likely probably some. It's probably some foreign agent, but
yeah, that's where a lot of that stuff's coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used for a couple Bible studies. We did. I can't think of what it's called.
Teams. Zoom.
Zoom. We use Zoom for our Tuesday growth group.
So we need to get our upgraded lash adjusters and the shims and everything in.
I got a question. I hate to put you on the spot in front of the crew here.
Mm-hmm.
What if we, you want to try and throw the solids in there and see what it looks like for one cam at a time?
That's fine with me.
Because if those things are too short, if there's under, let's say, we need to pick a number of what clearance we want. And if 4 thousandths is, let's say it comes in at 8 thousandths, we already know we got a problem if we want 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
so we can show them off at the least.
Yeah, it's, hey guys, we're changing directions here for a second. We want to bring this to the center.
You want a drink?
I've got.
Okay, because I got to go get them, so.
Go for it.
I was going to get you a drink at the same time.
So,
okay, I'm going to be right back, guys.
I'll explain what's going on.
Okay.
As we talked about earlier, we've got the, we want to go higher in RPM to get more horsepower. The ultimate goal on the Datsun is to get that thing over 170 in the quarter. To get there, it's going to take some serious steam and it's going to take some RPM. So Calvin bought that set of solid lifters. They are not cut to fit. You have to cut them to fit. So what we're going to do right now, just to make sure that we've got something to cut to fit, we're going to see how these things fit. So you're going to see this firsthand with us. And sorry for the distraction, but this is all new to us, and we've got to make some decisions. You can listen to us ramble on a little bit while we try and figure it out. I don't know if these things can be cut on a lathe. I don't know what the composition of the metal is. If it's a cast material, yes, we would lathe cut it. If it is hardened, which I doubt, we would have to use some kind of grinder. We don't want to have to put it into any kind of a mill because getting it square becomes a bigger challenge. Fortunately, the base of this doesn't have any moving components. You just drop them in. So we've got to figure out how to cut to fit and cut them to fit consistently. So again, forgive us for going a little sideways here, but I hope you're excited as I am to have an opportunity to try out new parts and be guinea pigs on this process. Bushings and washers at work. Yeah, we've cut a lot of stuff. It's just dependent upon how hard that metal is going to make it dictate whether we would need to grind it. Going back, somebody. Okay. Sorry, I missed a comment that I wanted to reply to about the 200,000 miles. But no end mill. I'll get one as soon as possible. Yeah, I tell you what, getting a mill takes it slows you down because you make everything a whole lot more accurate. It's amazing that what a drill press used to be able to do is completely unacceptable, and everything gets dialed into the 10,000ths, and that'll slow you down. But you do produce a lot nicer work. You don't end up with any more slotted holes. So appreciate the fact that you want to get one. If you have a lathe, strap a grinder on the cross slide, and an air grinder would do it. Yeah, I've run my grinder often with the lathe, cut things off. Stainless steel is black on noise. Yeah. Yep.
All right. So here is what we're dealing with. So this is the factory piece, factory lash adjuster, and here is the solid deal. So you can see the solid is quite a bit taller than the factory piece. So the idea there is to take up the lash, because in order to make a cam bigger by grinding material off of it, what you do is you reduce the base circle. And when you do that, you need to take up that space that used to be there. What we're going to do is we're going to try this solid lash adjuster and just make sure that it is, so you just want to drop it in and make sure it's tall enough. Or do you want to start trying to fit it?
Both.
Okay.
Let's put, I think 3 and 4 are down. So let's put 3 and 4 in. And if we find that everything needs 2,000ths cut off, then we cut 2,000ths off everything and we come back. Or if we find that everything's too short, then we make another decision. But
yeah,
ultimately, I think if we do 3 and 4 and we have a set of 4 per cam to say this works or this doesn't work, then we make a decision on what the next step is. Either we continue forward with it and run the solid, or we don't. But right now, do we got something to play ball with?
Yep. Okay. So
put in a set of 4.
Okay. I mean, it's probably going to take different numbers for intake and exhaust.
That's why 1 cam at a time. But 3 and 4 puts it in the center that we minimize the stresses on the camshaft. And I think if 3 and 4 are consistent, then we can be confident that 1, 2, 5, and 6 will be consistent.
Yeah. Toloco 16 says, can you fabricate a lifter on the lathe and figure out the correct size with a dummy lifter rather than the real ones? That's not a bad idea. But I mean, it's you can order these individually, so it's not the end of the world if we mess one up. They're like $17 a piece, roughly. So
One's bound to get sacrificed.
yeah, one's probably going to get ruined. You know, I was trying to get him to send me an extra one, but he wasn't game. You know, I thought maybe because of whatever small amount of clout we have, you know, maybe he would be willing to sponsor me one, but he wasn't game. So, you know, whatever.
Sorry, Ari, this is an LL, not an LS.
Yep.
Let's just do one cam at a time. We'll do, I think 3 and 4 are down at the bottom right now, so that'll allow us to check the clearance without worrying about hurting any parts.
Okay.
Okay. I got to pick on Ari and I didn't even get hate mail.
Mm-hmm.
But we wipe that off first. Sorry. Ooh, that's nasty.
Mm-hmm.
You need to sand that one out.
All right. So, people recommend, I think he said 4 to 6 thousandths cold for lash. I'm going to double check what his recommendation was. So you want to be onto the small part of the cam, not where, you know, otherwise known as the base circle, when you're checking your lash. These are not particularly large cams, so yeah, the risk of not being on the base circle is pretty low. No. Okay, Dad's gonna have to polish these up a little bit. They got a little bit of rust on them on some of the journals, as you can see here. Hopefully that can polish out. All right. Any questions you guys have on the Atlas platform, or, you know, whatever tuning related questions, that kind of thing? My dad's been hot rodding for 40 years, so you know, if you have a question about old school gassers or anything like that, my dad's a good resource for that, along with land speed racing and lots of other things. We're also both engineers, so yep. Ari Dabernia says he just saw a champagne-colored Trailblazer coming home and thought of us. Yeah, those Trailblazers are everywhere. It's hard to go for a drive without seeing one. I'm sure at some point that'll change, but they are everywhere. Yeah, it's big fan of the inline sixes. All right, so okay. Every once in a while, my camera flickers. That's what that was. Yeah, that's funny that you say they're not as common around you. They're everywhere around here. Jack says, do you think enough people could get in for a group buy of aftermarket cams, or do you think the regrinds do a good enough job that most people will go that route? So a couple things going on there. They've tried to do group buys on cam cores in the past. If you don't know what a cam core is, it's basically a camshaft that hasn't had the lobe ground on it yet. And it's basically a blank. You can make it whatever profile you want. They've tried to do that in the past on the Facebook page. I think they got like 4 of the 10 that they needed. At the time, unfortunately, I just, we weren't in the position that, one, we thought it was necessary, and 2, we were willing to make the investment, so we were not interested in the group buy. Okay, so the group buys in the past have not been successful. If they were a ready-to-rock camshaft, maybe people would be more willing to get on board. I've talked to Kelford Racing Cams at PRI. I was trying to get them to possibly make some. That didn't really go anywhere, unfortunately. So the other thing to unpack there is there are some clearance issues when you go to a larger lobe. So by decreasing the base circle, what you are doing, your follower is essentially changing angles a little bit, and it's still, displacing because of the geometry of the thing. It doesn't have clearance issues, but if you had a factory base circle cam that pushed the valve down further, there's actually some clearance issues in the head in one spot that you have to worry about. So it's a little bit hard to clearance on something that you just want to drop a cam in. You're not really worried about taking the engine apart and maybe having it serviced.
I want to put oil on there.
Yeah, you got it backwards. That's yeah. If you're not doing a full engine build and you just wanted to throw cams at an engine over a weekend, a custom ground cam is not great for that if you keep the standard base circle. There's also that part of it as well. We're now in the position where we haven't maxed out these regrinds, and these solid lash adjusters will tell us whether it's time for a custom ground cam. But the fact that it's getting the power peak, the reason you put a camshaft in an engine is to try and shift the torque production higher in the RPM range. These cams have shifted it to around 7,300 RPM. And we'd like it to be pushed a little bit higher, not a ton, because I think there's going to be issues with revving these things above 8,000 RPM with a factory stroke. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but hopefully that answers your question. Go ahead, Dad. What do you want?
4.
Okay, I'm going to go to the next question. I am missing stuff. Sorry, guys. Okay. All right. Ari Debernia, I had no idea that there even was a modern GM inline 6. So hearing you guys bring up the 4200 on John Wilburn's live got me listening. Well, thanks for tuning in, and thanks for tuning into his live stream. We can't wait to attend his event. Make sure you guys go check out the No Name Nationals if you're in the chat. Ari Debernia, he says he drives a 60 Chevy pickup with a 235 inline 6. That's cool. My dad's
Your first car had a 235, right?
Yep.
Yep. Toloco16 says, actually, I have an old school question. My buddy has a G body with ladder bars on it. That thing is dead hooking and bouncing the back tire off the track. Literally, the back tire has come off the track. Any ideas where to start on that thing?
You got to get the shock to behave with it. First off,
it's a new setup he picked up like that. We are tired of breaking U-joints and bell housings.
Yeah, no doubt. So you're going to want to slow down how fast the rear end comes out of the car. You may have too light a spring on it, and you may have too little dampening on it. First thing that you got to do, though, is...
Oh, if it's adjustable.
First thing you got to do is increase your tire pressure. You want to get that thing to spin the tire and not bounce the thing right away, because a spinning tire is going to be inconsistent, but it's not going to break your U-joints and all your other parts. So increase your tire pressure first. Look at your spring rate. I don't know what the weight of the car is, but I would fully expect that thing to be somewhere around 130 to 140 pound. It needs to be cut just to get the thing to bolt in.
Okay.
So that's
figured.
Yeah. So if we have some way to measure how far we push this thing down, we can add the clearance dimension to it, and that's how much we got to cut off right out the gate.
Should we measure it at the same angle as the lash adjuster?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll get a dial indicator.
Yeah, we're going to need to drill a piece of metal so that we got something magnetic. Maybe put it right here, and we'll just measure how much it displaces.
Could we? Okay, I'll get a. Oh yeah, we'll do it that way.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, back to the.
Sorry, guys.
Yep.
Go ahead.
The other thing that on the ladder bar that you got to be very careful of is if you've got the bars up too high, it's going to hit the tires more. If you have them down low, it's going to try and pitch rotate the car more. So you may want to lower your ladder bars in the front, but you're going to have to do a whole bunch of things all at once to make that car come around quickly, so that you can get it in a range where you can tune it. If you're launching on a trans brake, you need to lower your launch RPM, but get the car tamed down enough that you can start making changes. But if you're throwing the rear end out of the car too fast, let's say that you get your spring rate right, if it's 130, 120, it all depends upon the vehicle weight. And it's driving itself out of the car too fast where it compresses the tires and then ricochets and bounces back like a basketball. You may need to have dampening control both on the extension and on the rebound. But ultimately, your first order of business is to get control of your separation to keep that thing from bouncing the tire off the track. The tire pressure will help do that because it'll act like it's adding spring rate. Should only need it in one spot. We'll just do it right here, I think.
Yeah, just, if we need to do it in a couple different spots, I don't know.
I think once we get the one set machined, if it's the same thing on all of them.
Okay.
Okay. Thinking out loud, adjustable KBY shocks are nice when one can find them to fit, but the daily driver job KW shock strut just refuse to install any other. Well, there's a lot of good shocks out there. I don't know if you're running a coil over with your with your package. I don't know if it's stock spring, stock shock, but if it's a coilover, it becomes a whole lot easier. Didn't know about the clearance issue? Okay, Jack. What we're doing is we're putting solid lash adjusters in. This is a total separate path than using the hydraulic ones. Calvin's kit that works with the reground cams, all of that's already worked out. This is our attempt to try and take these engines to a higher RPM, so we're going to a solid lifter so that we can use the reground cam without going to an aftermarket cam. Okay, on radials need to be stuck. They have to stick. You cannot lower tire pressure on radials below 16 pounds without creating too many problems. That is a big no-no on a drag radial, is to have low tire pressure. So if you're running 8 psi on a drag radial, you may have just discovered your problem. Okay, that makes sense. What got me is we plotted the suspension several times and still comes up neutral 100% anti-squat. I'm not sure. We may have power outage here, guys. We're seeing lights flicker. Your adjustment on the ladder bar in the front should change your anti-squat ratio pretty radically. And on a radial car, you are usually going to be in your highest setting. It's very hard to make a radial car work at 100% or below. I know on some of our stuff, you'll see 150, 175 on a good track. And on the no prep stuff, you can be 175 very quickly, but you don't run radials on no prep. It's just, when I say no prep, it's like a crappy track on a Friday night. But the anti-squat ratio allows it to drive the rear down, and a radial car wants to be driven down. It needs the dead hook and then move forward. If that thing goes into a spin off the line, you're done. But the drag radials, the way that they're set up, the too low a tire pressure, the inside of the tire will come up because the radials allow the sidewall to be much stiffer. Very different than a slick car, which has compliance in the side, so the softer, lower tire pressure will still allow it to have a relatively good contact patch, but that tire pressure is going to be very dependent on what your car weight is and the car size. I know on recent testing on Calvin's car, we were 13, 14 PSI on a 9-inch slick, and he's got a lot of weight in the car. But on the radials, like on his Studebaker, it has to be 16 to 18, and anything below that, and it's not going to work. Okay. This Datsun is going to sing. I love everything you guys do. I look forward to seeing this thing on the track. Glad I could stop by for a minute here and get Memorial Day. Yeah, have a great Memorial Day. Yes, have a great Memorial Day. I hope you don't have a loved one that you lost in service, and if you do, I share my deepest sympathies with you. I know many people who've lost loved ones in keeping the freedom in our country, and I hold them in high regard because they they feel that pain every day. It's easy for us to lose track of these freedoms that we have and having fun doing it. And those who've lost a loved one in war or in service, they wake up every day with that loss. And I just, anybody who has lost someone, tomorrow is Memorial Day. It is not a day to be happy. It's a day to be very somber and reminded of those who gave it all. We celebrate our veterans on Veterans Day. We celebrate our people in armed services on Armed Services Day. But tomorrow is a day that we all need to pause and just be very grateful that some gave all.
Do you know where the dial indicator is?
Should be back home.
It's not there.
Hmm. My dad served in Vietnam. I hope he wasn't lost there. Vietnam has not been celebrated, and I say that loosely, the word celebration, but it's not been celebrated or recognized for the war that it was. Is this country went from through the transition in time, that was the beginning of the end for that constant burden of the threat that the Cold War was going to be, and it started it. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. My father served. He did not have to go to Vietnam. He was actually able to get out before the conflict escalated.
All right.
Yeah, stuff. Come on, suck me up. Gabriels are not drag shocks. That is a fact.
Okay. I don't know where it went.
All right, give me a second.
Is it on top of the toolbox?
No, it should be in its
Yeah, right.
home.
Yeah, where it normally gets put.
You want to answer the...
I think I saw it. All right.
Huh.
All right, we're looking for a dial indicator, guys. So we were using it for the 9-inch video, and not sure where it got to. So my dad's looking for that. You may even hear him in the background. Yep. Yeah, we definitely. Yeah, it's Memorial Day is a sad day for a lot of people, and yeah, we're very thankful for our veterans, and very thankful for the people that gave their life to allow us to do what we do.
Is it over there?
Okay, he's doing all right. They said you're doing all right. They can hear you. I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'm sure they're getting a kick out of it.
No doubt.
Ken Johnson, is there any interest in adapting a distributor to work on the 4200? It's been done. The guys that run these things in Competition Eliminator and the NHRA, they normally convert them to a distributor because they're normally an old school.
I think rules dictate it.
Okay, maybe the rules dictate it. I don't know. Personally, I'm not a fan. There's a lot of challenges that come with running a distributor. You gotta. I'm sure there's lots of upgrades you have to make to the distributor in order to. Don't you have to run a wider, whatever the point thing is called, Shows how much I know about the old school stuff.
What's that?
You know the electrode thing that sticks out of the distributor, to be able to run variable ignition timing, like with boost. You could be running anywhere from 30 degrees of timing to like 5, and to have that kind of range, you need a distributor. What's the pointer thing? What are they called?
The reluctor or the
thing that distributes the spark. It has a little thing, and it's,
rotor?
Yeah, the rotor. You got to run a rotor that has a wider tip. I don't know distributors. We do electronic.
He's been ruined, guys. He's
Yeah,
been
sorry
ruined.
guys.
I don't know what we did with that thing. I'm just going to keep looking for it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's up there somewhere.
No, the last we used it was
Right,
rebuilding
it was
the
on
9-inch.
Yeah.
I wonder if it got set inside the Nova.
Yeah. That would be the only guess I would have. Okay, sorry guys.
If I have to, I'll run out to the Nova. I'm just going to do another quick dash look.
Yeah, it's around here somewhere, guys. We'll find it. Yeah, it's kind of a. I don't know if it's an heirloom or like it's something that's very special to my dad. That I found it. I know where it is. It's right over here on the bench. Okay, guys, I got to run my dad down. Dad,
Yeah.
I found it.
Where was it?
It's on the bench.
Which one?
Right here.
Oh, Jimmy Crickets.
All right.
Bonehead. Why'd you put it right in front of us and then make us look like clowns?
I'm sure people are enjoying it. All right, we found it. It was right where we left it. Can you believe that? Yeah, we used this last on the 9-inch video. So,
Hello, silly girl.
all right, look
You
out,
look
guys.
happy. Everybody at attention. Mama's back.
Yeah. What time is it? Okay, you guys need
It's
to
almost
get
5
going,
o'clock.
don't you?
Oh my goodness.
All
What
right.
time are we supposed to be there? 5:30?
Okay, so
Oh wow. Hey, guess what? We're gonna work quick and then I gotta go.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, honey.
Okay. All right.
Sorry
How long
about
have we been alive?
that. You've been here 28 and a half years,
Yeah.
and I've been here a lot longer than that. You want to put it over? No,
I mean, live, like on the internet.
5-6 hours.
6 hours. Holy crap. All right.
And we didn't lose, but most of them. 22 still on. The reason I was thinking of going on this is because there's no chance of a base circle change. I turned
Okay,
this.
you
to
can
be-
change it if you want. There we go. Okay. 5 hours, 46 minutes. Holy crap.
I hope you guys are enjoying it. I know I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
Okay, so should only have to just do this set.
Yeah, I don't want to break the camshaft.
Hold on, you're moving it already. Back it off. Okay, now you can go. Ten. That's a lot of movement. Definitely want to do these ones first because you're
Shouldn't
right now,
matter.
you're moving the camera already.
Yeah, I mean, we're just looking for an overall displacement, right?
Yes, but you're doing this to the cam right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to go end to end to end to end.
That's
end,
why
end.
it's starting to center.
Okay.
Just Bring the 4, 3.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move this. I'm not gonna be able to work around it.
We'll take it all the way to the bottom then. Bolt it down and then we'll measure it coming off.
All right.
All right. 5 hours, 46 minutes.
Mm-hmm. All right, this is our first time doing this, so you guys are going to learn with us. So what we're going to do is we're going to bolt the camshaft down with the solid lash adjusters installed. And then we are going to zero the dial indicator, and then we're going to loosen it and see how much it moves. I really don't, I mean, this sounds like it's going to be a massive pain to set these. And yeah, hopefully we can come up with a better way to do it, because this is going to be a pain. Like, I almost wish that you could just set it to a value, have it machined to a certain value, and then sell it like that. Like, I would hope that the machining tolerances are tight enough that maybe you could do that, but when you're dealing with 4 to 6 thousandths, that's going to be probably hard to hit. And I'm sure our last cut's going to be thousandth. That's because every movement at the lash adjuster is going to be 2.5 times at the.
Where are we measuring this?
I don't know. I mean, that's the problem. I don't know where that lash gets.
It's going to have to be here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's in here.
It's going to have to be.
Yeah.
Okay, is it tight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, make sure I can get the socket around it.
And there is nothing. They're
Yeah.
tight.
Yep.
Okay, you are at 0.
Okay.
Two. Your camshaft is flaxing. 4, 5. Seven, 10, 12, 13, 14, 17, 20, 21, 24, 27. Wow. 29, 30.
Okay, I think we're full loose.
Yep.
And I'm gonna.
So 30 at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
Full loose.
So if we got 30 thousandths this way and we need 4 thousandths at that point, I'd say take 4 of them, cut it 34 thousandths.
Well, there's a ratio.
No, because we are on the dead center of the roller. The ratio only applies if the clearance is done at the valve.
Okay.
So if you take everything up,
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we need to take 34 off of it.
all right,
Okay. Okay.
that's exhaust cam.
Yep.
Need to do the same thing for the intake cam.
Okay. Do you want to try and do this now?
No, I have to go out for dinner or get slaughtered by mama.
Right. So, what do you think?
You may want to test this one
Okay.
and get the same dimension. And then we'll talk about when we do it.
Okay. All right. So you want to go forward with a solid lash adjuster right off the bat?
That's up to you. I'm fine if we try it.
Yeah. I'm good. Let's do
Because
it.
if we're going to break something, let's break it well. Do we want to do it before or after the No Name National? We got 122 days. If we're not willing to risk losing a day or hurting something, then we go in with the old stuff and go hydraulic. If we are willing to risk the time,
What's
then
the worst that can happen? Chew up a cam?
yeah,
I mean, we got extra cams.
okay.
So if we're going to figure out if it's going to work, let's do it now.
All right.
I'm good with let's just do it. I don't think there's any risk. I think it's going to be fine. But, okay. All right. So first fire up's going to be with a solid lash adjuster, guys. Let's go in with both guns blazing.
Now, do you have anybody that you can talk to about this clearance is either here or
I
here?
can ask the guy that's sold
Because if it's here, then we have to do the math to find out how much less you cut.
them. Right. Yeah,
So
'cause it'll be 30 plus something.
30 plus a ratio times a
It should be
displacement,
like
or
1.7. I think it's the rocker ratio.
yeah, so you would take 4 thousandths divided by 1.7.
Right.
No. You would take 34. We'll have to do the math.
Yeah. Okay. So Jeremy has awakened. This will show those not sure how long it takes, how long this work takes, and why we're in the garage or at least under the hood so late, ladies. Yep, this stuff takes a lot of time. So very true. Yep. Overbuilt, so a bit off topic, but has anyone seen a Sasquatch or any other weird creatures? I have not, but I know a few folks that claim to have seen a Sasquatch. I hope I never see one.
I don't believe in them.
Yeah, I don't know if they're real.
I know guys that I used to work with that absolutely swear by they exist. Until I see one, I don't believe it.
Yeah. So Loco 16, can you gut one of the stock lash adjusters and replace the internals with clay, then put it in and crush it and measure it?
No. The stock lash adjusters are already too short. We actually talked about maybe putting solid shims in one and just take it in and out, but I wouldn't be confident with clay. I would almost want something. The clay could hydraulic in there and displace the valve. I want to think about that before I say yes or no.
Well, the tolerances on the stuff, it's not going to let it squish out.
Well, it's going to push the excess inside the oil port.
Yeah, it'll
And-
squish
and
it
it's
out the
gonna-
side.
It won't go out the side, it'll go up the center.
Oh, okay.
But, it's I don't want to discount what he's saying. It's
Yeah.
got to think about it.
Yeah, Michael Blacktree isn't lash measured at the valve stem, so you'd have to ratio
On a
it up.
V8, definitely. On these things, we don't know because not a lot of people are doing them. The people that we have talked to have given us numbers, but they haven't told us where they're getting the numbers. If it's at the roller, that's easy to get. If it's at the valve, it's very difficult to get because the access point inside the rocker is so narrow. You would have to have almost either a cut down set of feeler gauges or we've got some narrow feeler gauges, don't we? I just don't think we
I
have anything
think, but
that's
nothing that's,
4,000s.
Yeah. The valve stem or at low question.
The clown's back. So,
Okay, thank you. He got him.
yeah.
Okay. Why can they all not be cam on bucket? Yeah, I don't know if the cam on bucket would be better. I think this is actually a better arrangement than cam on bucket because it has a hydraulic component to it.
Yep.
So it can take up lash over time. Whereas
And-
cam on bucket, it is what it is.
And it's a lot lighter.
Yeah. This is lighter, you think? The cam on bucket, where it's literally it just pushes on the valve spring, and there's like a little thing that goes over top of the valve spring.
Right.
Yeah.
That's heavy.
Is it?
Compared to this,
Okay.
this is so light. It free revs.
Okay. All right. I would have thought this would be heavier.
If the hydraulic part is here in motion, that's weight.
Okay.
By
Okay.
having it in the fixed position, the only thing that's moving is a piece of stamped sheet metal.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why they get away with the small cone.
Yep. Yeah, to loco, to make a hole in the lash adjuster to let the clay out. Maybe that would work. We'll have to do some homework on this, and we'll have to come back to this.
Yep.
This might be a good time to cut the live stream off. I think we need to do a little bit of homework.
Second guess ourselves.
Yeah.
The other thing you could do is thread take a factory one, disassemble it, and make it so it's threaded
Like a push rod.
like a
Length.
push rod adjuster, and then we just tighten the thing up, rotate it,
Yeah.
and I don't know if you
Until-
could figure out a way to put a set screw in one, but
Yeah. If there was some way to do like a push rod length checker, but it's a lash adjuster,
Mhm.
I mean, that's what you need. That's what you need. Wouldn't you need like a Morse thread or like a square thread?
Yeah.
Is that a Morse? Is that what that's called?
square thread.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, buckets. I'm sure they work well. I mean, the 2JZ has proven that.
Yep.
So,
And that
um,
it's a good arrangement. It's just heavier than this.
okay. All right. Well, I think this may be a good time to cut the live stream off. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thanks to the people that.
Oh,
That's not a bad idea. 3D printing one. I don't know if that would be precise enough. I mean, yeah, it is easier to grind. I'll have to think about that, but not a bad idea. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thanks to the people that gave donations.
wow.
Dave,
Very
I mean,
generous.
You're going to see in the next couple of videos why I'm like just flabbergasted by Dave's generosity. That's yeah. So thanks to the people that donated. We'll probably be doing another live stream at some point here in the Datsun project. I'm sure maybe when we're doing the final assembly or something like that. It's good to do live streams on tasks where you're not making a ton of noise. If we're sitting there with a grinder and we're constantly having to, okay, hang on, guys, brr, so I kind of have to plan it around that kind of thing. That's why we don't do them more often. But we got the oil pan fabrication coming up. We have the rest of the fab work on we got to do a oil catch cans. We got to do he said it was okay. Sorry. We have the rest of the project. Obviously, we're getting the engine together. So we got a bunch of fab work. We got to dial in the tune, get the wiring all set up on the car, plumb both fuel systems. So there's a whole lot of content left on the Datsun. The next video that you're going to see on the car, I want to do just a general how-to on methanol stuff, just why we're doing certain things the way that we're doing them, and hope maybe help some people out with that. And of course, next week is the Midwest Drags. We will be participating in that with my station wagon and my mom's truck. My dad has to go. He has dinner obligations that he needs to get going for. So,
And the momster's giving me the evil eye.
yep,
I'm getting stink eye.
Where was I? Oh, yeah. So you're going to see videos on the Midwest Drags coming up very soon here. Along with, we're going to participate in the Race for the House event at Maple Grove. So that's we'll have some content for that. So we have a bunch of exciting content coming up. As well as there's going to be a video on my Studebaker coming up very soon, which, oh, okay. Yep, so my mom just said goodbye as well. So make sure if you enjoyed the content, maybe leave a like, maybe subscribe to the channel, consider joining the channel. I appreciate everybody that has joined the channel. With that, we're going to cut this live stream off. I hope you guys enjoyed hanging out with us today. So we're going to get this thing the rest of the way together. I can't wait to hear what it sounds like with a solid lash adjuster. I'm sure it's going to sound pretty wicked. I hope it has a little more cammy sound. So with that, we'll see you in the next one. So thanks for tuning in, guys. Mm-hmm.